684. So I don't know, with your permission, we can wait or we can start. The number is quite. I didn't ask my colleague in YouTube how many there are there, but now it's increasing. Is it
No, we have already waited for long, so we are now going. We already told them that we are going to wait, so we now can start.
Okay, thank you so much.
Because it is normally 500 people, and we now have over 50%, so we can
start. Please. Okay. So, dear all participants, you are welcome for this fourth day of our training. And yesterday, by the way, was a long day. some of us we left, and some of us we continued. I think we went up to 7:30 Ugandan time. And I would like to thank Professor Nampala, who had a lot of energy yesterday to answer our questions. We acknowledge Professor Nampala, thank you so much. And dear facilitators, you are welcome for this session, today's session, and over to you. We can start now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Atul. It was quite an interesting engagement yesterday, but we also would like to give comfort to those that could not stay. It was an extended stay for participants, and we were having fellowship after fellowship and sharing a lot of engagements. So the official closing happened, and then we continued for fellowship after fellowship. So don't feel cheated. I know somebody posted and said, but now let's close on time. We don't want to miss out on this very important training. Yes, you didn't miss out. We were only revising our notes. But welcome to day 4. We're happy to have you again. And many thanks to your dedication. We have received a lot of emails and a lot of useful input. And we have tried to the extent possible to, first of all, acknowledge the emails. And we would like to see how best to use this information that you've supplied to be useful and to make this training useful to us all. So remember, on day 1, we tried to work on the basics in scientific writing. We can't say that we exhausted them. Our promise is that we shall keep supplying reading materials that deals with these basics, and then also reading materials that works on the process. On day 2, we started with the manuscript development process 1, and then day 3, we dealt with manuscript development process 2. And so the theme for today is manuscript development process part 3. And specifically in part 3, we shall continue to focus on the structure and content of a well-written manuscript. We would like to do a plenary session, because remember, we did promise you that this is going to be hands-on. And so we would like to do a plenary session on integrating the developed components into a draft manuscript, because we notice that some of you have been very keen and you are following the step-by-step process, and you actually now have components that you developed. And this is arising from the assignment that we had yesterday. And on that assignment, some of you have already submitted some drafts of some components that we've already talked about. And once we finish that plenary, we are hopeful that it will be possible to have guidelines for developing the materials section. the materials and methods. Remember, this is our agenda. And from that agenda, we can comfortably say that in terms of the tips, we have covered from number 1 to number 6. And so we would like to try and consolidate from number 1 to number 6, but then also initiate the process of talking about materials and methods and what is it that you consider when you're doing materials and methods. We hope that we will have a rapid engagement that will take us from number 8 to number 14 as of tomorrow. But as of today, we would like to have hands-on engagement with you, and we see how we are making progress. And we would like to start with a recap of day 3. We had a focus on the results section again, because remember we said on day 2 that this is very, very important. And what we did yesterday was to bring out the component of results, because results has many components. It has the component of presenting the data. It has the component of interpreting the data and initiating a process of relating to this data with what exists. And remember, we said that you select the data that you think is newsworthy. You are not going to reproduce all the data that you have in your thesis. And when you realize that all the data that you have is not newsworthy, then you have no manuscript to develop. That is why you see in some theses there is no manuscript involved. But then you graduated, and there was a question in the platform on whether every objective in the thesis is a what? Is a paper. You can actually have more than one paper from an objective. So it depends on the data that is coming from that objective and the string of messages along the data within one objective. That's why you see some students can have 5 papers in a thesis, and yet they had 2 objectives or they had 3 objectives. So one objective can actually generate more than one paper. But still yesterday, we had opportunity to discuss and present to you tips in how to write an effective discussion, tips on how to write an effective conclusion, and tips on how to generate recommendations. And we had an extended plenary during the time period, and that is what happened on day 3. I could see on the different platforms that we were asking for homework for day 3. We were wondering maybe it wasn't clear because this homework was actually flagged and the slide was put forward for a long time, and we thought it was picked up. But nonetheless, we were pleasantly surprised to receive very good feedback from some of you that submitted already the homework for day 3. And so today, we would like to ensure that we are having a well spend of our time. And so we would like to focus on some of you that presented your homework for day 3. And then we use that as a learning point. I think we have many submissions, but we only picked the very first 3, 4 submissions, and we would like to use those very first 3, 4 submissions to ensure that we are making good progress and we are promoting cohort learning. What we would like to do is probably to, at this point, ask 1 or 2, 3 people to say something about day 3 before we go to those that presented their data, give them an opportunity to present briefly, and then we go into a session of critique. Critique is useful comments provided, while criticism is negative energy provided in the comments. So we are doing a critique, we are presenting useful energy. We are not criticizing anyone's work. So any hands up are welcome at this point to make a reflection on day 3. Welcome. Atur, if you have anybody with their hand up, please give them opportunity to speak.
Yeah, we have Esther. Esther, please unmute. Esther, please unmute and give your comments. If Esther is taking time, we can go to Felista.
Okay,
Felista?
thank you. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mbaka Felistas from Chuka University, Kenya. I am a PhD student in soil science. I've been here since day one. I really want to appreciate whatever you've been teaching us, the two professors from Uganda. We've really learned from you. And as of yesterday, I learned a lot on data discussion, data presentation, result, on how we discuss, apart from using significantly different. And that has been my major issue. Whenever I discuss, I have to say about significantly different. And sometimes whenever you read, you find like, is it making any sense? But yesterday we were given alternative terminologies to significant difference. And I really want to appreciate. We expect to learn more before we finish tomorrow. Thank you to our professors and the reform coordinators. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity, for your feedback. We appreciate you for your dedication, being available to attend. Anyone else?
Jessica? Jessica, please go ahead. Yes. Jessica? Go ahead, Jessica.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank our professors for taking us through this training. To me, it has come at the right time where I just wanted to start drafting a manuscript and did not know exactly where I should start. From colleagues, I thought I should start with the title and abstract, an introduction, then everything else will follow. But from this training, I've learned where to start. And so far, as we go on with the training, I've started writing up according to the sections that were. So today I learned on the discussion part, where it has helped me to restructure the discussion part I had, answering to the objective that I have, and asking questions of why this results and so what is being answered by the results. So I am really grateful and I appreciate the contribution from our professors. Thank you so much.
Welcome. I think we can take one more and then we move on.
Okay, we go to Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Yesterday, we learned something on discussion. We are told always to start with our own explanations rather than rushing into the literature. And in the literature, we need to use the newest literature at least that is not more than 5 years, because when we go for 10 years, the issues might have changed over time due to new ideas and the way things are put. And also, we learned that we should not put only literature that only favors our results, but also that which contradicts and give reasons. More so, we also learned something about numbering our tables serially in the manuscript, not as that which appears in the thesis, because we may not be using all the tables in our thesis. And in the conclusion part, we need to write our conclusion in present tense, not in past tense, because it may look more like the results and the discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you, the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. Emmanuel was with us yesterday until 7:30. Thank you. We appreciate, and it was quite good learning. Yeah. So we would like now to move on to the next step. Somebody from Burundi, and Nduwimana Innocent, submitted this piece in response to the homework assignment that we gave yesterday. I don't know whether Nduwimana Innocent is online. We would like to ask you to briefly present your work that you submitted. And with your permission, we would like to use this submission for cohort learning. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to share.
He's online and we are promoting him, though he's declining the promotion such that he's able to make a presentation. Alternatively, we can just allow him to. Yeah, so what we are going to do also, we can just allow him to talk, though we wanted him to be promoted under the panelists. Okay, he has the rights to talk.
Okay.
He can go ahead and present.
Okay, please.
Innocent,
yes, please
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the for the forum and those who organized this important training. So, as you may see, was just a brief table that I took from second generation of data where it have been collected in Burundi from a single study. It was just a follow-up from the previous distribution of provitamin A banana varieties, where you want to see how far and pick some information on just for scaling as a new varieties, scaling up in the community. For the first generation, those plantlets have been distributed to few farmers as the beginner, and then it was after a couple of days, we come and assess how far was those varieties as they just was in the mind to make a diversity, genetic diversity in as they have the added value of this vitamin A composition. From what we got, as I mentioned, the table that Professor Nampa shared it was a socioeconomic ones where it shows different variables and with some basic analysis which shows where there is an important where to look for the differences, and then we come up with some mean and average. For example, the farm size, as you may see, there is a minimum of 0.9 hectare per farm. So this could be a big farm, but depending on the sample size, we can't go to conclude that this is the how the community could dispose the area of their rent, as well as in Burundi we have many people who, the density is very high. So reason why we even if you are targeting to see how far these vitamin A bananas were reached, but we come up that we come at the end and say that the observation have some information that was picked. For example, in the previous study that we made, it was a kind of assessing adoption and also preferences based on the sensory evaluation that have been done to just to test and also see different use of these kind of varieties. So now maybe even if those data, even small as this will help us to see, to make a self-evaluation how far we are, and also to see in the next couple of years, to see who are the key partners to pass through in order to make this scaling up, to scale these kind of new varieties. That's what I can say right now. If there is any additional comment or any criticize for the brief table that I'm sharing, please do it. Thank you. Now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing with us your work. We've been looking towards having original issues so that we really discuss from an original standpoint, not theorizing, not so today
yes,
is actually devoted to. Sorry.
After the training, I can just check and recheck. So then I can come to you and discuss deeply.
Well, we will do that, but now we are trying to include everybody in this discussion, not purposely to benefit you, but to have this as a learning point for
Yes,
everybody.
Of course. Yes, of course.
I'm likely to say more than your work is intended to cover, simply because we want to make a case for everybody to improve in their writing style.
Exactly.
I think this is a case of a table of results. And by the way, I would like us to be on the same plate about results and data. Data can be the information which is not yet analyzed, but when analyzed and contextualized with the interpretation, it becomes results. So when somebody is talking about data, it might be something to do with the raw data, not yet analyzed and conceptualized. Okay? Now, this table is good, but unless we get the owner to explain, to contextualize these numbers, we cannot see which direction to take in terms of writing, in terms of interpretation. Any interpretation will apply, but it will not be the right one. So what do you think? Can we get somebody to tell us what is missing to actually spark off, to induce a relevant interpretation and discussion? There's something missing here. Can somebody tell us what is missing? If there's no hand up, I will move to tell you, but that's not interactive enough. Based on the information we have got so far, people should be able to respond to some of these questions.
There is a raised hand from Angeline.
Okay,
Yes?
thank you very much, Prof. So I think for these results also, it would really be good for us maybe to have a heading for that section and then even a caption also for that table. I think that it would really help us to give us direction, Uti, what is this table showing? What is the discussion following the table giving us? Thank you and over.
Yeah, that's correct. There should be a title to the table in the direction of the purpose, the problem, so that we quickly tilt our thinking in that direction. But there's something more than that. Because if you have come to me and you want me to react, to help you to, there is some information here that you must come with.
Yeah, there is also a raised hand from Felista. Felista,
Pardon?
please.
Okay.
And then Oscar.
And I think that one will be the last.
Okay, Oscar, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello.
can.
Okay, this is Mbeka Felistas from Chuka University, Kenya. So from the table, I have some few suggestions.
No.
Okay.
Please answer to the question. There's something missing.
Okay, yeah, okay, number one, there is a lack of inferential statistics, e.g. p-values. We
No.
can't see the p-values.
No, you have entered the table, but before you enter the table, there is something missing to guide our discussion. I can actually try to tip you that way. Something to guide our discussion.
Units and the description, the title. The sample size also is very small. Formatting.
Again, you are entering the. Okay, what we are missing is the objective of this study. And the objective of the study summarizes issues to do with what the problem was, because it was actually derived from the problem. The objective is derived from the. Once we have the objective, then we begin to orient our thinking and the visualization of these figures in terms of what we are trying to solve. So the objective is missing. Okay. The other, even if the objective was missing, we should have had a summary of the problem description, from which then we can synthesize an objective and then begin understanding or interpreting what the table is saying. Are we together? Hello? Are we together?
Innocent, please respond. your
Yes, we
mic
are
is
together.
open.
I'm just recording what you are making as critics, which enable and also strengthen me from what is missing, what should be done. I'm keen.
Actually, I'm not asking Innocent. Now we have owned this work for the time being, and we are going through what should be and what should be not. So everybody is a part of the discussion.
Yes, Prof. Everybody is saying yes, yes, yes in the chat.
All right. I will be linking my observation as an editor to some of these things. Usually in social sciences or humanities, demographic information or data are a must in all papers. And sometimes I ask myself, is it really a must? Even if it is not related to the objective, is it a must? And when the demographic data are included, there is no analysis usually about them. But what kind of analysis should you do? The analysis should be in a way that you assess the contribution or the significance of each of those parameters to the problem or to solving the problem, or the potential of those parameters to addressing the issues about the problem, or providing answers, interventions. Okay, so we should have those variables and sufficient of them, and those variables will constitute the questions in the questionnaire, as many as possible, and then we analyze them to find out by how much each of them is affecting or impacting or contributing to, or is able to provide a solution to the problem. That impact is defined by the level of significance, and some people call it a p-value. So on this table, we are missing a p-value by which we can rate the contribution of that parameter. In other words, if you sort out that parameter, you will have addressed the highest percentage of the size of this problem. So in other words, that parameter is very important. And you begin to smell, to see that it's actually going to account very high in the conclusions and very likely the recommendations. So at this level, you are just looking at your data. Okay? So you go out there, you do a survey, including demographic questions. I'm saying including, not only on demographics. Including demographics, you do analysis to find out the impact of each of these to the problem, or what this parameter can contribute to the solutions or towards the problem. And then when it comes to writing, you focus more on those variables that are showing significant differences and leave out those that are not showing those significant differences. But there are variables that may not show significant differences, but very important, either in the thinking or ranking or belief by the communities or by academicians. So those are also brought in at the level of writing, because they will make sense, they will make news. Okay? So in order for the demographic results or variables be part of your results, they should be, we should be able to assess their relevancy to solving the problem. Yes. Now, if the information about this demographic whatever is simply to tell the readers about the nature of the respondents, the age range within which they fell. They have, in other words, this is information from the respondent about themselves. That cannot be part of the results. Rather, it should be about them, so that the reader knows what kind of respondent sample did you use, and start to imagine and whether some of these characteristics within the respondents would have influenced their responses at discussion level. Okay? Now, for the demo data to be part of the results, remember we should have assessed them in terms of contribution to answers to the problem. And what belongs to results are those responses by the respondents as contained in the questionnaire. So what the respondents answered about the questionnaire are the data that will be analyzed and contextualized in terms of solutions, interventions, and whatever. I don't know whether I'm clear about that. So the data that are about the sample size, the what, the household, whereby the respondents are describing about themselves, that is not the data we want for the results. Rather, we want the data that the sample is talking about the population, because we are really investigating about the population, not the sample. About the sample, we leave that in materials and methods or methodology. And about the population, we analyze and put in the results. Okay? And in the results for a paper, we are looking at news, at those variables that are giving us news. And one way to rank that news is to use the p-value, statistical p-value. The one with the highest, it becomes the highest. And then you line them up based on the magnitude of the p-value. Okay? And you can be sure, almost sure, that the first three will find their positions in the conclusions and the recommendations. And so the focus of your paper should be on a few of those. But of course, you have to present the table, not the complete table of whatever the questionnaires were. It can take about 10. And tactfully, including some non-significant cases, like I said, there could be a case that was not significant, but from the experts, from the population, they expect that should have been significant. And that would be news as well. Okay? Of course, we are not going to interpret this. First of all, this table, as I said, is missing the p-values, and that would guide the interpretation of this table. Otherwise, it's near that. Most tables will have percentages. This one has at least as down, unpacked the process, but missing the rankings, which would then help us in the discussion. Okay. So we go to the next slide. No. With the narrative and we would like to hear participants whether you all the survey normally but you never find it. So if that is that is talking about and yeah, because it's not related to your objective.
Hello, do you hear us now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that is good. We can hear us. Yeah, we were saying that this is very, very important because sometimes what we have, every socioeconomic study presents this kind of information. But you'll see that the age, household, education level, gender, the demographic data is far, far removed from the real data. It is not linked to quality of seed, is not linked to price of suckers, is not linked to farmers' willingness. So we would like to know whether this is making sense. And now you can see the reason why we picked up this, such that we can focus on the, and I've seen where we have also said biological survey. So we are now using mixed methods that you find experiments, but the experiments in plant breeding, they first have to interact with farmers, so the farmers can talk about the test or the seed size and so on and so forth. And then instead of focusing on the test parameters and seed size, the whole write-up will focus on the age of the farmer, their youthfulness, their income, which are not related to the objective. Is this making sense? Can we have one or two participants to agree or disagree with what we are saying? Hello? Yeah, especially from colleagues in the social sciences. Hello? If there be no response, we continue. Is that okay?
We have raised hands from Alex. Alex, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Nampala and Jess. I have one observation from this result. When you look at the presentation of the data, it looks like we are comparing the background information with other dependent variables. Now, what we would have expected from this result would be to structure the kind of treatment used. Maybe the age, was it varying based on region? Was it varying based on different age brackets? There is no treatment structure. presented here. We are comparing different parameters against other parameters, and yet we should be comparing within the parameter. How is it varying according to the treatment structure, whether by region or by district or by location, something like that. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. You are most welcome. That's correct. And again, it is linking to the objective. But you would as well think that this table is coming after other tables, including those that are more detailed in terms of structure of treatment and design. This is a table now taking the means, collapsing certain things into age as a factor and for household as a factor, after giving us other tables before this one. But you are right. Next, any other? Or should we go to the next slide? Okay. Dr.
We have also Rukia. Rukia, please go ahead. Rukia.
You hear me?
You have an echo. You're having an echo. Please.
Yeah, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was thinking the table, there should be some other tables explaining also maybe the economic aspect of whatever is being explained, because the information in this one is more of the social aspect. So maybe if it would, I think maybe he might have had other tables economics such that it will make more sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the author, Innocent, was talking about price purchase.
Yes, to do with the suckers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we appreciate Innocent for the presentation. And as we said, we only requesting for permission to provide critique such that we can improve. Otherwise, in present form, those are likely to be the comments that we will receive from reviewers. They will ask for p-values. They will ask for title on the table. They will ask you how is the age related to price? How is the farm size related to because then if it is an objective, then you will have to run correlations and do regression analysis. Thank you very much, Innocent, and we appreciate that you made an attempt, presented, picked out a data table, and did an interpretation. Good progress. We now would like to go to the next. And the next is, again, an attempt by Asma Ezubar. I hope they are available online. So they are welcome to on yours. So they are welcome to make a submission to present their work. And again, we'll go through the same process where we will be giving a critique. Yeah, but is Asma available?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Asma has the right to talk.
Okay. Please
Asma, please go ahead.
Yeah, let's learn from each other.
Asma, you are still muted. Please unmute. Asma, please unmute. Asma is still muted.
Okay. Maybe they are shy to present. We can go ahead and start. And maybe we can start by giving some time, 1 minute, to participants to look at the table, look at the narrative. And anybody ready to make a comment on this submission?
Participants, please raise your hands so that we can allow you to talk.
Okay, it would have been good to have the author tell us something so that, because we don't have time to read through. Ideally, it should have started from the problem very briefly, and if possible, tell us the objective, and then we look at this table and position its relevance to the story and say something about the content and how to use them.
Okay. I think the author has a challenge to unmute, or the author is not in their computer because we allow them the rights. So we are now going to give participants chance to comment. Zanele.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. I'm Zanel Msibi. I'm doing my PhD in food biochemistry, working on cacao, and I'm in France actually. So I was following from day one, and I'm just observing this piece of information right here. I can see it's mixed with the results and discussion. We had spoke about separating the two. I'm not sure if I'm observing quite well or anyone has a different perspective, but I can see there's some bit of discussion after like the citation, for example, where the author is actually giving justifications based on the results or the findings. So I will still I don't know. My question is, can we still present in this way, or what's really better in terms of a structure separating the two, or we can still combine the two? I'm speaking in my domain, for example, my thesis, since this is quite important for me. I'm actually working on my manuscript and my second year. So I'm trying to reflect whether to combine or separate what is the best way to actually structure for a PhD thesis. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Zenele. A very good observation that you have made. If you notice, the author here makes an attempt to interpret the results. And then all of a sudden, there is a statement in the middle of the paragraph that is a discussion. And then again, after that discussion, they go back to interpretation of results. So it is okay if the guidelines of the journal or the guidelines of the thesis are such that you have to combine results and discussion. But what we have said from day one is that for novice writers, it's not advisable, because what will happen is that we shall give one sentence that is interpreting results, and then very quickly we run to our results are in agreement. We said this. No. In the results section, if this section has said results, then we are writing about our results and we are interpreting those results. And once we have exhausted that, then we can now write a discussion section. And even when you have results and discussion combined, and that's the requirement of the manuscript, you first have to exhaust an interpretation of the result, then give its implication, which now starts the discussion. Then go and start another interpretation of another result, then give. If you notice in this paragraph, there is some mixed, they're talking about the result, and then the statement that says these results are in line with. And then again, he said these results indicated. So there is an interpretation, then so sandwiched. The discussion is sandwiching the interpretation. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for that observation. But again, back to assessing whether or not we should be able to agree or disagree with certain things, we need the objective of this study. That objective will tell us about what is before this section and its text. Okay? But this is an improvement on the other first table because it has a title. The table has a title. But whether or not the title is sufficient for us to make sense out of what is in the table is something we need to assess. Because ideally, the table title should be telling us about the factors, the components that when we look at the table, we must find those components there. We should not be talking about gender in the table, in the title, and then we look for gender in the table and we don't see it. That's not correct. And if possible, if this study had something to do with the location as an issue, then the title of the table should somehow find a way to include location, so that as we interpret the table, we already have an idea about what kind of data are being included in this. But as you realize, the table has variables. It has, I think, variables and attributes. Attributes, yes. And then at the end, it has a p-value. And I hope everybody knows what a p-value is. And there are some p-values with asterisks, stars. There's one with with 2 stars, and the other one with 1 star each. When you look at the p-values of those, their magnitudes and the smallest. The more the stars, the smaller the value, the magnitude, but the more the significance. The 2 stars, is it called very significant or highly significant? I don't know. What is it?
Highly significant.
Highly significant. So that means that component, that parameter is very important as far as what the problem is in this case. And therefore, if we address it, and for those of you who are recommending policy actions, and those are some of the parameters that are very high on the agenda. Does anybody know the 80-20 relationship of what? Let Paul talk about the 80-20 principle.
Yeah, there is a principle, the Pareto principle, that for everything that is happening, it is 20% of the effort that will produce 80% of the outcome. Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, when we are addressing problems, we rank the impact of the problems. And those with the highest impact are a priority in terms of being solved. In other words, you can consider those with the highest ranking might be 20%. But in reality, when you address those, you might create an impact of 80% in terms of results and effects. Okay? So this is what we are trying to apply here, that the one with 2 stars might take about 50% of the whole problem. So then in terms of planning and the policy advice, we normally tell the policymakers to go for that one, because they will put in less and get a very big impact. Okay? What else is there for this? Maybe we get there.
No, I think that's okay. Yeah, we can get more of your feedback. Unfortunately, we did your contribution. Unfortunately, we didn't get the author of this orient us with the data that they are presenting. Because again, we are faced with the same scenario. We have age, educational level, size, number of members. So how these relate to the other variables and also to the objective of this work, we're not so sure whether age was one of the factors being considered, because you can see age is at a probability level of 0.06, and it's not significant, but it's close.
But you see, what I see here is that first part, which was not significant, should not have been included in the table.
Yeah.
If the other 3 were not significant, the whole table wouldn't have space in this manuscript. But for reasons of accountability, you use the 3 to include the others as well, so that you have a table filled up.
Now, that reason of accountability is for reports.
Yeah, I know.
Not for publications now.
But then it also implies that at the design stage, the sensitivity of whatever was taken as questions to answer to the problem was not serious. Because you would have, for example, maybe if you take something like age and height, there might be a relationship, but somewhere it breaks very quickly. And therefore the result will indicate no significant difference. So that one wouldn't be the most sensitive parameter to consider in assessing the problem that is related to age and height. Okay? So there was lack of sensitivity in picking what was included in the questions, in the questionnaire. Some of these were obviously not related, even if you didn't have to involve them in the investigation. So,
okay. And there's
questions, contributions, 1 or 2
are welcome.
Thank you so much. Let me allow Nyawira to talk. Please, Nyawira, you're allowed to talk. I've seen your hand was up.
Thank you so much. My name is Winjoy Nyawira from Chuka University, Kenya. And my contribution, first I want to appreciate the professor for the workshop and of course the forum. I'm kind of jealous in a positive way for those who are seeing this before they submit their first manuscript, because for me, it would have saved me a lot of trouble, but I've learned a lot, which I'm going to do in my second manuscript. So regarding this work, I just want to add on what has been said regarding the significance. For example, the author should have shown that the one with double stars has high significance, and also compared with the one with weak, where, for example, 0.06, which was not really significant. I think that should have been captured in the work, like they should have shown the strengths in significance. But this is an improvement because at least he has mentioned it, but he should at least show the strength. Then regarding whereby he was discussing as well as he was presenting the results as well as the discussion, I came across the same thing when I was submitting my first manuscript, whereby the journal required me to present results and discussion. But as Professor had said, it is very good, especially in your thesis, to have the results and discussion separately. That way, even when you come here, you're not able to give each point weight, other than just putting one sentence as a discussion, which is not going to communicate what you intended. Overall, the other comment is I wish the table would have, there's a way the Pearson correlation table comes in, where you're able to see how each variable is correlating with the other. So I'm able to see whether age and education level, what was the correlation, etc. Apart from that, I think this is good work. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I have observed, can you read the title of the table and tell me what that means?
The title of the table is Correlation of Factors Influencing on Members' Commitments.
Yeah, do you make sense out of that if you haven't read the whole paper, or if somebody hasn't told you what these data are about?
Pardon, Prof?
Does the title make sense to you?
Not really. I'm also trying to, I was using the data in the table. I didn't really concentrate on the title, but right now when I think of it, I don't think it's really communicating. Yeah.
Yeah, it should communicate the contents.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you leave the reader to guess what the title should be, it can take any direction, and in most cases, not the direction that you originally intended.
Yes, sure.
And somebody can interpret the table without the rest of the text in the paper. You should look at the title of the table and interpret the table adequately without necessitating prior information, prior whatever. I don't know, I think.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So we didn't hear from Asma Isbul, but I hope they have gotten enough critique to improve on their work, but not for them alone. I hope we are all learning. We said we have the permission of colleagues to present their work for purposes of learning. We cannot critique everyone's work because you're 500 of you, but we picked out samples. If this was a physical meeting, we would have an opportunity to exchange. You get two people, and that's a process of starting to have a peer review mechanism, that because these are the things that reviewers are going to point out. Like you said, Owinjoy. I think what you said was very important. You said you wish that you had had this kind of interaction before your first paper. But it's never too late. You have another manuscript that you're developing, so you have an opportunity to use these skills. Thank you. Yes?
I have one small point. Do you realize that this is a table of correlations? And some of the correlations may not have turned significant because they were obviously not related even before this work. So not all correlations are useful in interpreting. By the way, correlation is interpretation, it's not original data. So not all of them you can correlate as many as possible, but pick out those that they make sense, that is relevant to the
subject of consideration at that point. So some of these correlations may have been dropped from the table because, for example, individual, I don't know what, individual versus age. I don't know what that means. Individual age. Individual next
Education level.
Individual education.
Individual size, number of members.
I'm even wondering what the unit of individual. You are correlating individual with the education. You see, some of these things don't really make sense. And if it doesn't make sense to you, the author, don't expect miracles for it to make sense to the reader. Okay? And what is GAPA? Group what? GAPA.
GAPA is not defined, so we don't. The author.
Okay. So we go to the next.
Okay, so let's go to the third and last in this series of critiquing. This is Lisa. Don't know whether Lisa is online.
Lisa.
Lisa.
Lisa, are you available?
Lisa, please, are you available? I've allowed you to talk.
Do you see them online?
Yes. She's
Okay.
online.
Please go ahead and
Lisa, can you hear us?
describe your work.
Oh, she's saying that my mic is not working, unfortunately. She has posted in the chat. She has technical problems.
Oh, the mic is not working.
It's not working, yes.
But they are able to hear us.
Yes, she's able to hear us.
Well, okay. Actually, it's a pleasure to have received this. This is a draft, nearly complete, of a manuscript. And it's not just a first, second, or third draft, but a draft near acceptance.
It has the all components.
She filled in all the components and streamlined the story. And going through this is going to help us to appreciate what we've been doing and to know that it is possible to do it. It would have been good for her to be around, but really, I think she's, you can see a potentially empowered person in writing. And if she commits herself to writing, I think this is going to be very good. So let us use this example and see how to improve our own drafts. I know many of you have data, but you are not even getting to those data to see how to manipulate, to work with them. But this article is going to show you how, if you really have the time and think through your work, you can produce a paper that will always be accepted in whichever journal you want to write. I'm not overpraising this lady, and I'm just learning she's a lady, but this is very good. This is extremely good, and I think she has written several papers to be able to reach this point. Okay? So, Paul, you should have been closer. Can we?
This is a Microsoft Word. We can't.
No, that's the slide. It's on the slide.
No, but
That's
we
it.
should.
This is on the slide. So which one do you want?
I thought we could beam it without this. Yeah, that's what I was trying. So, what is this? This is a message to you.
That was the submission.
Submission. Yeah, but we don't need this. We want to go to the.
Yeah, it starts here. Brucellosis in cat.
Okay, do you see the title? The title is underneath the bolded text. Members, do you see the title? Brucellosis in cattle in Namibia. Examples, some of the figures, no. Where is the title?
No,
there's no title.
Yeah, this is picked just as it came. That's how it is.
Yeah. Yes. I should have gone to read. So that's the subject matter, brucellosis in Namibia, and she's talking about examples or data might be factual, but I got information from a website. So this is not her paper. Well, I'm not sure this is her paper, but we read the contents and it was very good. Can we go? Yeah, let's go down to the objective. To analyze the rising prevalence of brucellosis in cattle in selected Namibia communal farming areas and to discuss its implications for for livestock production and so on and so on. Well, I think we talked about smartness. It's not analyze. Analyze is a process. But what do we want to get out after analysis?
Would be the objective.
Yeah, would be the objective. The thing is, we have to keep saying why analyze, why understand, why, until we can't get an answer. That will be the objective. So analyze the rising prevalence, that's the process. In cattle, in Namibia communal farming areas, and discuss. That is still a process. What do we want to get out, and so what? So that we solve what? That should be the objective. Still something could be done here. Next.
Yes, it is. It is. They followed the structure. Yeah. Now this is results. These are the results.
Okay, so back to results and discussion. Are these inferences they picked? Maybe you could. Because the thing I read was the paper.
I can bring the paper.
Yeah.
What? But it's the same. It's just copied from. Can we? Let's just stop sharing this. Then we share the paper. No, the paper is here. It is this. It's the same. Sorry. Let's just bring it here. Share. Yeah, it is. It's here. Yes, it's what we are sharing now. So it's the same.
Because I was reading the actual text.
Yes, that's the actual text.
It's not there.
No, this is the one. It is just picked. So now we are in the Word version.
These are instructions. It's not the paper.
Okay. So
paper has text.
So the instructions are here and the text is here. This is the submission that we wrote as of yesterday. Yes.
The rising. This is. Arrange that stepwise. Reduction impact. Right output. Meaning. I like the text.
Okay. So sorry about that. We got this submission last evening, and I think what this participant did was to section out their work, just like we've been discussing. So this is what they did, that under results, they will have the seroprevalence, the geographical distribution, the production impact, the public health, and they structured it out. And I think what remains is now to write this narratively in order to interpret. And then they said, we now need to do the discussion of the results. So then they did the narrative of the discussion and gave an attempt to conclusion as well as to recommendations. I think that's what you're trying to point out, unless there's something else. But let's have a discussion on this, and we see what you think. Because when we received this, we realized that, yes, there is no data presented, but data can also be in text. And now we realize that this author is saying that the factual figures are not there, but then they picked out the important data that they would need to describe. So please go ahead. We are in a plenary and we would like to have your feedback. That's how we designed it for today, that we need to learn from the submissions that you've made. And these are drafts. Yes, please go ahead.
Please, I'm going to allow Alex. Please, Alex, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I thank the author of this document. First, the first observation I would make, as emphasized by the professors, they say the objective should be simple, should not have the word "and." There are two things joined in the objective, either talking about prevalence or causes of the rising cases, and also the economic implications to the zoonotic transmission and other things. So the authors should first simplify the objective, and that will simplify the narration of the report. Thank you.
Thanks for the observations. You are right. And in terms of papers, once we start getting "and," you remember, we'll be talking about introduction and how to craft an effective introduction. You remember in papers, most journals will not even have a literature section. So you move from introduction and move to materials and methods. So within the introduction, you have given the literature, where are you coming from, what is the problem that was addressed, and the last line, normally one sentence, is the one that is saying, because of this and this and this research addressed the challenge of brucellosis in cattle. So we don't have this business of "and." Once you start this business of "and" in a paper, a journal article, then you are going into a recipe of mixed methods. I mean mixed messages. So now once you have mixed messages, the paper becomes a problem. So it is possible that issues to do with implications for livestock production in public health and beef export is actually another paper.
And then the prevalence of brucellosis in cattle in Namibian farming communities is another paper. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, someone else?
Emmanuel, little, you are allowed to talk. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. And my observation in this manuscript or this the assignment is actually on the introduction. If you, in the introduction section, I remember we were told that the introduction should be written in such a way it has the IMRAT component, like a brief of the introduction. Like if you read from the introduction, she just said brucellosis in Namibia is starting direct without telling us what is a brucellosis and what causes brucellosis is not is lacking from the introduction section. And even in the methodology, if you look, she's supposed to also mention something. No, let's go back to the introduction first there. When also writing the introduction, it should be like a shape of a pyramid. It's starting from the global picture. What is the prevalence worldwide, coming to the region and narrowing it down to those selected areas, the communal grazing. So it is lacking there. We don't see it there. And another component is on the method that you'll be using on the analysis of the prevalence is also not mentioning. And in conclusion, as you have just mentioned now, she's supposed to put like ending it by therefore the objective of this study is to determine the prevalence of brucellosis. Going to the objective of which she connected, like these are two different objectives by itself. Like prevalence alone is an objective which has its own methodology of how she is going to get the prevalence rate of the disease in cattle. And also the implications also has a different methodology of how she's going to assess. So these things, she's like joining two objectives at the same times, which is not good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the observations. And this is a draft. They were drafting. Actually, there is no introduction.
Even the title is not.
Even the title is not yet there. They were just following steps to. But your observation on the objective and the statement that you just made is very good. Because that's why we are saying that those are potentially two different papers, each with its methodology. And now, when you try to marry these two methodologies in one manuscript, then there is a lot of confusion that starts to arise. And journals have space. They want 10 pages. It's very rare to find a journal that says bring 30 pages, 20. Now, these are all big stories that can go in separate manuscripts. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, colleagues, I think I got mixed up somewhere, but I should clarify that this student or participant was trying to respond to the guidelines we provided. And they were trying to develop what belongs to each of those components. So if you look at what I called title, it's actually, the title should not be there, but they were trying to just guess something that could be a title. And then they went to put together something that would be the introduction, where they are saying recent veterinary surveillance reports indicate an increase in brucellosis cases and so on and so forth. So they gave somewhere to start, an entry point for the introduction. And then they also crafted something to do with an objective.
with room for improvement, as you can see. And now we want to assess the development of the other parts relative to the objective, because now the objective is established and it can now govern or guide the development of the other parts. Okay. Now the number 3 is about the results. And she has identified seroprevalences 68 to 80, probably as the first table, then geographic distribution as whatever. She's not giving tables, and she has already apologized up there that there are no factual evidence to support what she's saying. Maybe tactfully, because some people want to take advantage of other people's data and create and write without doing the work. Okay? Then yes, in number 3, she said, arrange the data or results to develop the narrative. And that we have already talked about that. Select data that are behind the objective and line them up in a sequence that makes sense. Okay? Number 4, write the meaning of these results, and that's the interpretation. After lining up the tables and figures and whatever, now begin to write the meaning of or the interpretation of these findings. And she has put an entry point to that. The rising prevalence aligns with the findings from previous. That's this is good. You see, she's saying the rising prevalence, the rising seroprevalence. No, we want you to discuss your results. We don't want to begin associating your results with other findings at the entry point. Discuss your results and discuss in detail, then relate them to results of others. But I think this is a zero draft, given the amount of time that we are working with. Okay. Number 5, she has done the results, I think, and the discussion, and now she's at conclusion. Brucellosis is re-emerging as a significant, assuming the results showed this. We don't want to start another hypothetical, a writing exercise where you are using your other knowledge to, you are writing from your results. Brucellosis is re-emerging as a significant livestock health challenge in Namibia. This should be coming from your results. Your results have shown that. But preferably, if you recall yesterday, we said for every section, bring the objective, put it there. And then use the objective to write. Now, the objective is not talking about the status of brucellosis in Namibia. If you recall, what she provided as the objective was very different. So the first statement here should be the outcome, the main outcome from this study that is addressing the deliverables in the objective. Okay? Maybe to identify levels of brucellosis, maybe to give policy something. So the first statement should be talking about what the objective promises to provide. So this text is good, but it may not be relevant. It may be relevant, but later on, after stating the actual work that we promised to deliver, and then we can add this. Okay? recommendation based on observation and evidence, strengthen brucellosis vaccination. So ideally, a recommendation should come from the conclusion, and only those highly significant conclusions should tend to have recommendations, because that's where the action, priority action lies. So when you look at the conclusion, brucellosis is reemerging in Namibia and so on, and then go for the recommendation, the vaccination, strengthen brucellosis vaccination. You see, it's a mismatch. And the conclusion should be coming from the previous sections. Exactly. The results and discussion. So yeah, it's like when we got the other table, which had the significant, the p values, and we said highly significant. That is a potential for a conclusion, and it's a potential for a recommendation. Okay. And you remember we said in the first draft, you can use the bullet points. For example, number 6, provide the recommendations and say strengthen this. Is that a point? Improve farmer education. That's point number 2. But there is nowhere where we are. This is the first time we are seeing farmer. And so it's not linked with biosecurity with the p values table. If we go back to the p, it's not table. So some of these are now coming from nowhere. Enforce stricter cattle movement control. Yeah. There is no data on these are preconceived conclusions and recommendations, and we don't want that. Yeah, but we have some hands up. I see Alex Tut and 2 others.
Yes, please. Somebody complained that slides, they were not moving. They couldn't fall. They were just stuck in number 2.
Sorry, the slides are what?
They were not moving. When you were talking about number 5, they were not there. They couldn't see.
No. We are looking at the manuscript that was submitted, the draft. So it is okay.
All right. Thank you. So let me allow Evans to talk. Evans, please go ahead.
Okay.
Evans? Evans, can you hear us? Evans Masim, can you hear us? Evans.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, let me allow Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Yes, I think what people are raising is that Prof was talking, but what was on the screen was so different. So it was difficult to follow what he was saying.
No, what we were saying, we were looking at the draft manuscript shared, so it wasn't necessary to share. We are seeing it from another screen. So it was just a draft manuscript shared. But your computer can't.
I'm going to see more 2 hands. They're up.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, please. Stefania, please. Can you talk? I've allowed you. Stefania?
Hello?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have been following the presentation since Monday. And regarding the current manuscript, I think it is a hypothetical manuscript that she tries to put how she can write a manuscript. And I have one comment regarding the objective and the introduction. On the introductory part, she has shown current studies on the prevalence of brucellosis in Namibia. And in the objective also, she tries to understand or analyze the prevalence of brucellosis in the same country. So my observation here is that if you have shown the gap in the introduction, or I mean the prevalence, if the prevalence is studied, and you have shown that there is increasement in the prevalence in the recent years, 2024, then I suggest in the objective, it should be trying to understand what are the risk factors or what are the factors that lead to increment of the prevalence instead of additionally studying the prevalence of the brucellosis. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think your suggestion is very good because right from the title, you know the value added, the value you want to add to the existing knowledge about brucellosis. Okay, risk factors. But the other way is this status. What is it? What is the title? The other way is more routine kind of information. But here you are adding a new aspect to the volume of information available. And usually that's very good. If you can announce the news in the title, then people read expecting that news. And if you don't have that news throughout the paper, that means you have a problem with writing. Yes? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. Is there any other as we try to pick and mount the slide for materials and methods? Feel free to.
Yes, there's a hand up here, Estefania. Please go ahead.
Hi, Prof.
Good. Please, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm Stephanie. Actually, thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
I've been following so keenly. So what I wanted to comment, and maybe it might be a clarification because I saw the objectives were a bit, I think in maybe the way we have been taught about the research objectives, I think you are supposed to specify your objectives. We have the broad objective and we have the specific objectives. So is it still necessary for someone to specify? Because now, like the broad objective, you just put them in a way that it's not actually, it's not bringing out the real picture of that objective. Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Very, very useful. Tomorrow we'll be talking about introduction, how to craft an effective introduction, a captivating introduction. And you'll see that these things of broad objective, specific objective, they are more for the thesis or research report or project report. When it comes to manuscripts, it's one idea. And so that one idea has one objective. We don't even want to call it specific or otherwise. You can read a manuscript and you see the word objective nowhere. Because somebody will write and they write the introduction using the prisma that someone talked about, that inverted triangle. And then at the end, they will say, because of these challenges, this research was conducted to advance knowledge or something. Now, the word objective is not stated anywhere.
not necessarily stated, but that is the objective. And so the objective we are talking about in terms of manuscript is the objective of that manuscript. You may not find something to say that the objective of the study, no. Yes, it was a study, but the reason why we are reporting that study is the reason that we want to see in the manuscript. Yeah, and so there's only one reason why we are publishing. So if there is anything else that we need to carry away as a message from this workshop, is that a manuscript carries one message, consistent, and that is what will market your manuscript. That is what journal editors want, and then they will be able to communicate. They will appreciate that once we release this manuscript, it's communicating news. It is communicating something important. Yes. Yeah. And to a specific audience. Okay. Any additions to this? We dedicated today to farming up issues, but we would like now to move to materials and methods. So before we move to materials and methods, please feel free to.
Yes, please. Evas, now is your time. Evas, are you with us? Okay, I think. Okay. Mohammed, I've allowed you to talk. Mohammed. Amok. Can you hear us?
Hello, bro.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, the question I want to ask is I still don't have a clear understanding of of how to differentiate the results from the discussion. Because before I had the idea of the result section is usually result/discussion or results and discussion.
Yes.
Then now to differentiate them from each other is what I'm finding difficult to understand.
3 kilometers.
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I think we can help each other here.
From the border to...
The result section is about the what did you find out?
From the border to...
What I did research, I did an investigation. This research could be experimental, it could be a survey, it could be a desktop research, it could be a review of papers. And from that undertaking, from that activity, what did you find out? And this, what did you find out? The global scientific community, the global scholarly community, designed methods of helping us package what we found out. And the packaging that what we found out can be in tables, can be in graphs, can be in maps, can be in a quote, can be. Now, once you get this quote of what respondents said,
this one is okay.
You then need to interpret it
what I can do
as the writer.
I can ask.
I think there's some background noise. Can you help us mute?
Because under the same project, I think
Excuse me, I think this is from forum colleagues. Maybe they are in another meeting. Can you please help us mute? Okay. Yes. So results are about the what. What did I find out? And this what did I find out has to be interpreted. You don't just present a table, a graph, and you just leave it there. You have to guide your readers. And guiding your readers is what we called interpretation of results. Now, the discussion section is about the implications of what you found out and explaining in connection to what is known. there would be a characteristic that defines a particular group of entities, that they are low developed countries. And then now you found out the income levels were so low. Then now when you come to the discussion, you say the observation regarding income levels is characteristic of low developed countries. These low developed countries have been classified in the upper and the middle income. That can explain why Namibia, which is in upper, has a high GDP as compared to Uganda, which is low middle income. Yeah. So you can see in the results you are presenting the incomes, and you have said there is low, there is people with upper. Now in the discussion, you are now giving pointers to the reasons why. So the results are the what?
What did you find out?
Yes, what did you find out?
What was the distribution like?
Yes. What were the trends?
The trends.
What was the range, high and low? When you compare the means, when you at the statistics, you use the chi-square, whatever. The frequencies. When you went to the field to do the survey and when you did this focus group interviews, what is it in terms of the themes of the things that people said? What was the most common theme? Poverty. That out of the 10 people interviewed in the focus group interviews, the first point of mention was poverty. Now, in the discussion, you're telling us and explaining why. That is why we said yesterday that in the discussions, we can speculate. Yeah, you can speculate and give pointers in your field.
If the results cannot explain it,
yeah,
you may speculate about it.
Yeah, you speculate. If the result and if the existing literature has no explanation for the trends, for the range, for the observation, yeah. And thanks for that question. We are explaining it passionately, because without grabbing it this way, then you can never publish. Okay, we would like to move on to the next presentation, but there is a hand. Is this an old electronic hand or is it new? Win Joy. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Can
yes,
we
you
give...
have, Prof.
Okay,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so mine was not really a question but a comment. Professor mentioned something to do with the formatting, how it is very crucial. So my comment was regarding the formatting of the work. I wish she would have done a little bit of formatting so that the work would be, readable, because I would see some words are, you find the two words are condensed, for lack of a better word. So that was just a comment regarding that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess that also confused us a bit on our side, but thanks for the comment. And this is given the time that we have, we've appreciated the three colleagues that presented, and it's not only three. I think more than three of you submitted. There is quite something happening, and on our side, we appreciate that we have seen submissions even from transitioning students. Some have said, I am only starting my master's in the next 2 months, but this is how I understand. And we have seen very interesting submissions, because we are really dealing with the diversity of disciplines. We have lawyers on the platform. Somebody is doing a PhD in law. We have psychologists. We have social scientists. We have microbiologists. We have plant breeders. We have taxonomists. We have molecular biologists. So it's quite a diverse group of people. and we appreciate. And we did mention that publishing varies across disciplines. In the humanities, a publication can be based on a quote. So you give a quote, and then you provide evidence on that quote. And that's it. So these things of title and what, I already sorted from that quote. So the quote, love your neighbor as you love one another, and that's the title. And then things follow, different faith groups that follow that quote and what, and so the structure of the paper in that case, in law, in geography, as we said, may not necessarily be following the IMRAD conventional type of paper. So thank you.
I wanted to say that at this stage we can blame those authors, but the idea of put on paper whatever you are thinking about, it doesn't matter the order, the mistakes, and then come back and edit, and probably have your colleagues to edit. They can only edit what is on paper, but they can't edit what is on your mind. So we can credit them for that. Getting from the mind to the paper is usually the hardest thing to do. The answer is tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow, and tomorrow never comes. So breaking that hurdle to put something on paper, it doesn't matter what mistakes, what, as long as you put everything, and remember it is everything and not part of what you are thinking about. And if you are doing that, the spelling mistakes, the way words are linked or not linked, they are not the issues anymore. If you want to offload what you have on your mind, and then your neighbor should be able to comment, look and say something about it. But when it is still on your mind, nobody will comment.
Okay, so we would like to move on. And we always say in scientific writing that it is easy to comment, but difficult to construct.
Precisely.
So we would like to appreciate the colleagues that submitted and also gave us their permission to actually use these as samples. I think Lisa has written, and she appreciates your comments. And just like we said that some people are undergrads here, I am doing my undergraduate bachelor's degree. So I was following guidelines in relation to my department, and I haven't published any article yet since I'm still conducting my research. But my apologies, thank you for the comments, and will improve and take it when I do my master's. Wow, that is capacity building. And Lisa, you don't need to apologize. We are all learning. Yeah, it is. This is a laboratory for ideas. We are all learning, and like I think one of the professors at the beginning said that some of the participants on this platform are very lucky because they said they never had an opportunity to get this kind of exposure, and they have struggled all the way and perfected somehow along the lines. So we appreciate you. So we will now go on to the next presentation, which is the methodology, materials and methods. Yes, over to you.
Okay, materials and methods. This is a section that demonstrates that you really know what you are talking about and that you did the work. All the competencies we are seeing are because of your professional capacity. And the results should be credited because of the best bet methods you chose to use. So this section is going to tell us about the things
the implements, the equipment you used to do this work. And remember, we are taking just a slice of what was in the project. So the entire methodology of the project is not the issue now. It's that aspects of the project methodology that related to this topic are the ones we are looking for. We actually like stripping out what belongs to these results and demonstrating how we measured them, how we sampled, how, until we got the results and then analyzed them. So this section is sequencing the things we used and the procedures. When we say things, like we used a prototype of some kind, some pieces and so on were put together. Those are the things. And the procedures using a model of this kind or using the prototype of this kind, yeah, using this design and so on and so forth. Okay? Now, in writing this section, we want to ensure that we write complete methods and procedures. We don't write to confuse the reader. Actually, at the end of it all, we want this section to help the reader to repeat this study without asking the authors what the next step would be. For example, if you added water and you say add water, come on, there are so many types of water. Which water are you talking about? If you are doing a microbiology study and you say add water and I add lake water, I mean, by instruction I'm right, but in the end, lake water is full of microorganisms which are going to confound the responses of my study. So which water? And when should I add it? And how much of it should I add? And how many times am I supposed to add? Okay, so we want complete materials and methods. The materials are the things and the methods are the procedures. Okay, but we don't want them listed like we used to do in primary secondary school. In materials, you list distilled water, hydrochloric acid, and no. We want to write how the materials were used and how the procedures were used together to make a story that should be informing the reader and that should enable the reader to repeat this study without asking the author at any one stage. Because, God forbid, the author might have died. I mean, or the author is in somewhere in Rwanda and the reader is in UK. And the two have no time to interact. Okay? Now, in writing this section, maybe I should say this. There's usually a difference between materials and methods and methodology. Research that doesn't require a lot of equipment and materials and activities, field activities, and we normally call this section methodology. But for one that requires capital investment in equipment, we separate the materials from methods. And this is linked with the proposal because you are going to make a budget. So these materials should clearly be seen in there in the proposal, so that when you come up with a budget at the end of the proposal, somebody will be nodding their heads. Yes, this is important. This camera is important. Yeah? This whatever is important. Okay? So most of the scientific research uses materials and methods, while humanities and social sciences, they normally use methodology. But at some point, if whoever is asking you to write wants approach, give it to them instead of materials and methods or methodology. Give it to them. Why not? Okay? So, in writing materials and methods, again, we sequence our activities based on the research cycle. We normally start with the site, and selection of sites should reflect the best bet sites that will take care of this study and give results. And normally it is like sites that represent the situation that you are referring to. Brucellosis. Brucellosis is in like tropical areas. Then this study is addressing tropical areas. So the sites will be from tropical areas. And they should be the best bet, the most affected maybe, most affected areas. Okay? But the study may not have started at field sites. It may have started in the lab, and from the lab to a greenhouse. So the description of the site in the field will be different from the description of the site in the lab and in the greenhouse, respectively. For example, you're not going to talk about climate in the lab, climatic conditions. I mean, somebody would be wondering, but we have seen that. But you can talk about the soil type in the lab if that's the soil you used, and in the greenhouse. And the greenhouse should be a greenhouse by definition, not a glass house. When you say greenhouse, you are talking about a condition that is artificial. You can create winter here in Uganda right now. And that has nothing to do with the weather outside this lab or this greenhouse. Okay? Now, we describe the site, the greenhouse, the whatever, about those conditions that are likely to influence the treatments and the reactions in the study. Don't describe the greenhouse and you put gender. Unless gender is going to be an issue in the greenhouse, most likely that's not. And that's why we said in age, and then you are talking about, talk about relative, relevant issues to a given study. Don't talk about an issue that is far-fetched or that is just duplicated from somewhere else. So we talk about conditions that we can use to explain these results outside the treatment effects later on in the discussion. Okay? When we fail to discuss our results using the treatments, then we should look at something else. And that something else is normally the environment within which the study was done. For example, the study may have been about conflict resolution, or it may not, it may have been biological. But the place where we are going to work from is the conflict it's always in turmoil. So one of those conditions of this study to succeed is if there is no such conflict happening. Okay? So conflict and this biological thing are not related. But for the biological thing to succeed, conflict must be an issue. So, but what we are trying to do is to position other issues that we can use in the discussion that are not quite related to the treatments we are doing, we are manipulating. Okay? Yes. But don't load the reader with too many things. Focus, let you be guided by the study objective. Okay. Yes, there should be evidence of logical flow of activities. And this flow of activities should be following another cycle, like a growth cycle of the crop you are investigating. Okay? One flowing into the other and so on until you reach the point of collecting data, organizing data, analyzing data, and getting data ready for presentation in the results. Okay. Okay, some of the features here. As I said, materials and methods or methodology will be consisting of the procedures, the ways of doing things, and the equipment and machines and whatever that you need to do this. But best methodology should be written again as part of the story. Remember, this is one story coming from the title through the introduction, through materials and methods, through the results, and it's one story guided by the objective. Okay. Yes, present it in a very easy to understand language. So that means you need to have an idea about your readership, the people who are going to read this text. Yes, ensure that what you are writing about is complete. Imagine questions from the reader. They will be saying, okay, then next, as I said, you say, add water. Which water? Once I get stuck somewhere, that means the writing was wrong. It has to indicate which type of water, depending on the type of study. Some studies are neutral about which type of water. Okay? But some are, even what irrigation water has to have a quality. If you use any irrigation water, you are going to make either the soil salty or more acidic by leaching out some of the basic elements. So the soil becomes more and more acidic. And so the quality of water will be very important. Yeah. And put in style as well when you write, as you write the whole paper. Put in your style. Use the shortest possible sentences and shortest words and the most inclusive words. Inclusive in the sense that more people will understand what you are saying. the same way. Okay? And if that is achieved, then they will concentrate on the message that you are trying to beam out there. Okay, some guiding questions you can read on your own later on. The first is, the reader might want to know, what type of study is this? Is it a field experiment? Is it a greenhouse? Is it a survey? Is it for protocol development? What is it? And obviously, either of those will definitely, put them in position to predict what kind of conditions are going to be like for this study. If it is field, it's open air, then we are looking at climatic or weather, whatever, and then climate change comes in. You are not going to talk about climate change effect in a greenhouse or a lab unless you induce those conditions there. Okay? Then after that, actually not after that, after selecting the nature of the study, then you describe the conditions of the site in terms of temperature. If it is an open air, it's rainfall, amount and intensity sometimes, and you probably talk about relative humidity and such things. If it is in the lab, you talk about temperature, which might be as prevailing or as controlled or as induced. And then water, there will be watering. Watering, the type of water, the frequency, the quantity, and the reason why you are doing all that. Okay? If it is a field experiment, you may want to locate it. Previously, without GPS, we used to indicate the borders, Uganda on the western side, and then borders Tanzania on the southern side, and then borders and 200 kilometers from the sea. But of course, presently, we just want latitude and longitude. And if possible, altitude. If you give me that, I don't want the map. Most of the maps are actually relevant because they will be based on local conditions, local names, local. So, and this, what we are writing is international, is going to be read by people from the whole world. So that map might end up confusing people the more. And I would suggest don't include it. To put latitude, longitude, and altitude. Okay. Okay. So after the site, and remember the site is described in a way that the reader contextualizes where the conditions where you did this study. Don't talk about a temporary condition and you're talking about Uganda. Okay, in Uganda, up in the hills, the mountains, we have conditions that are temperate-like, but still not perfectly temperate-like. Okay. Now, after the location, the nature of the study, and within the nature of the study, we also include the time when the study was done, and probably the seasons.
if maybe 2 seasons or 1 season. And this about the seasonality is also another issue. You now repeat the study in 2 different seasons. That's wrong, because you are now adding another effect on the treatment of season by treatment effect. Okay? But you can take out the season effect. If a season is about less rainfall, then you irrigate so that the seasonality is equal in the irrigated, the short season and the long season. And that the kind of replication, the repetition is good. Rather than having the short rains, long rains, that means the experiment is already affected by the rains. And ideally, it should be maybe you do either short seasons 3 times, or short, long 2 times, long repeated. But if you are doing short, long, and they are 2, come on, the effect of that shortness is going to affect your result so much that the treatments will be confounded and you may get nothing out of there. Okay? Now, we have to describe the treatments, the study factors clearly based on the objective. The study factors must be clearly described. And we normally talk about treatments and treatment structure or treatment levels. Yes. You can say nitrogen is a treatment, but nitrogen levels 0, 20, 30, that's the structure. Okay? Age is a study factor, and then you have to divide up the age into certain levels. Youth, these, what are they? From teenage to young adults, or yeah, those levels, they form the structure of the treatment. And then these treatments might be interactive, factorial, as the people say. They are interactive, either perfectly interactive or interactive within groups. Within groups, you are interacting them. And that will decide on what design you are going to use in order to get the most sensitive effect, in order for the treatments to give you the best performance under the circumstances. Okay? So this design is not always the same. You don't just wake up, oh, design CRBD. On CRBD, completely randomized design. There's called CRD, and the other is what? RCBD. RCBD is random. Yes. Now, yeah, these are not for the sake of it, because in the block, we are looking for what is the basis for this blocking here, for you to decide on this. And within the block, you can also split the treatment and get a split plot treatment. And some people take a split to be a design, split plot design. I don't know what they mean by that. Okay. Yes, what will be the design and why? You have to explain why you are including the block in there, or why have you decided to take that design, of all the designs available. In animal science,
There's a design.
Latin square.
Latin
design,
square.
Surface response design.
They normally go for that, and probably not for no reason, because they use one animal to be replicated in terms of time. When they are collecting data, for example. One rep at after 6 months, then the other rep, then so the design has to accommodate, or the treatments have to fit the design in a way that the sensitivity of the data you are collecting is good. And then reps, we talk about replications. The treatment must be replicated, and the minimum is 3 times. That's why even preferably repeated. So you replicate and then repeat. Okay, so if you have replicated 3 times, then repeat 3 times, that means the one number here is behind it, you have 9 numbers to get this mean, and that's why we call it a mean, because we also go for the plus minus around it, and that provides the range. The lowest is this, the highest is this, the plus is the highest. It means that the differences between mean and the actual numbers, that difference was taken and also averaged to get the, not the average, you get the mean of the differences after summing them up. Okay, and then if the mean is in between, on the right hand side is positive, on the left hand side is positive, and it's like a wing. It's a wing when averaged. Okay, and that's the mean. But if it has nothing like the variation of the actual number from the mean, then what you have is an average. So don't mix up average and mean. I know that's obvious, but it may not be as obvious as that. Don't turn your mean into an average. But when you are now communicating to the farmer, you may not use the mean. You use average. But behind there, you know, if asked by a scientist, you have to switch gears to the mean for the scientists to understand what you are saying. Okay? Yeah. So you can imagine if you are writing methodology for a study conducted 1 season, and the season is a short one, and you want to publish in a journal, you can imagine results that are coming from a well-thought study, that the mean we report will be representative of the circumstances out there. And we are not saying that the circumstances will repeat themselves all the time. They will be changing, but their mean in terms of changing is what is represented by the mean, or the maize yield, cow milk yield, and so on. So like people who study climate change, they know the climate is changing, the weather is changing all the time, but there's an average to that change. And so the planning is for the average value, which sometimes is ideal, it might never come, but at least it will reconcile between the worst and the best. And then you make a prediction. Okay? Yes.
And of course, we have to manage this experiment. We have to describe exactly what will be done at every time, every activity, what will be done. For example, at germination, maybe we take germination, germination what? Rate. Percentage or rate. But germination percentage is a function of how hard the surface soil is, how viable the seeds were. If you plant dead seeds, don't expect miracles. And how non-infected the soil is, because the seeds might be attacked by whatever is in there and reduce the germination. Okay? But in doing all this study, it means we are going to silence most of those things and then assess germination. In other words, we prepare the soil very well, find tilth or something, we disinfect because we already know some problems with the soil and so, and then we plant and determine germination, whatever, because then we are going to discuss why that germination was not okay. But if right from the beginning, you knew there are problems that are likely to arise with germination, and you did nothing to that, then you have already confounded your treatment. Okay? The number of tillers. Tillers are what? What are tillers to people who are not from crop science?
The sprouts, the ones that are coming.
The stems that come out from as seedlings. That number might also be important. How many do we leave to continue growing as a crop, and so on and so forth? And when we leave them, we might want to assess whether that number had an effect on the final performance of the crop. What will be the precaution? Yes, remember that we are writing this as materials and methods used, but we are also empowering the reader to do the same and come out with the similar results. Okay? So we also have to indicate the precaution, if there are any. For example, if the temperature changes to this, then you have to do this so that you restore temperature to its position it's supposed to be. If from this to this, the pH will drop. Therefore, if it drops, add this. Those are the precautions. What will be the routine practice outside the study? Well, that's now management. There are things you have to do. You may have to spray against, like for maize, we have the fall armyworm. I don't know whether many of you know about it. It's a pest that has come in, and when butterflies, after they have laid the eggs, they form larvae, and that larva is very destructive to cereals in East Africa, and I think even West Africa. So the study is not about the fall armyworm, but we need to work on it. That's the routine. And in that case, we use the recommended control measure for that area. Okay? So in addition to the treatment materials, we also buy materials for routine management of the site. How will data be collected? This is very, very important also. Tell us, are you going to select plants, and plants from where in the plots? If you select from the borders,
border plants normally don't represent the general performance of the plot because of border effects. Either cross flows of materials. For example, when it rains, some fertilizers might enter another fertilizer, which is a control plot, and so on and so forth. So tell us exactly from where you are going to pick these plants on which you are going to assess things like plant height, like branching, number of branches, leaf area index, and some of them are destructive. Some are, you can work with them in situ. Tell us. And if you destroy all the plants, then you'll have no harvest. You have to really tell us. And even the basis for calculating yield might be per plant, per plot, per hectare. We have to know all this. Okay? And how many, when will you collect that data? How many plants will be affected? How many times you will collect the data? And then after collecting the data, what will happen? Maybe oven drying, maybe whatever. Please, all that should be included. And in the process, then you will be including even irrelevant data. But don't make them relevant at this time, but at the time of analysis and interpretation. That's when you will decide, oh, this one is not part of the game, we can drop it. And when you drop it, don't include it in methodology and then forget to explain where it went when it came to results. Okay? Okay, yes. For routine procedures, especially in the lab, and this is especially so for biotechnology, very lengthy procedures. People end up reproducing published routine procedures, and that's wrong. It takes you closer to being to plagiarism, copy and paste, because your work is not about that methodology, but you are only using the methodology. So why should it be part of your work? Yeah? You indicate by this method, this procedure was adopted from, I've forgotten even some of these scientists. Watson and Crick, of the helix and so on and so on. So that you don't now have to describe the method which was actually done by or invented. You don't need to, but you may have things that those people used that are not available in Uganda, in Africa. And then you say, well, instead of HCl at this concentration, I used HCl at this. Or I used HCl, but because it's in scarcity, whatever, instead I used this. But I triangulated whatever the results with this, take care of the effect of the adjustment and so on and so forth. So tell us the procedure, cite the source, and then tell us the other adjustment in detail. The adjustment caused by you should be described in detail. Okay. Yes. I've read materials and methods where they say the samples were collected and taken to the lab of the University of something, and and stored in a freezer at this time. Why don't you take to the lab in that university? It doesn't have to be that university anyway. I think the significance there is taken to a freezer at this temperature. If you want the university to be seen, put it in acknowledgement. Okay? And I think that's very important to some universities to be seen doing something. Okay? Every data collection ends with the analysis. Every data collection, if you did analysis, that is. Of course, for social sciences, you may end up not analyzing. But when you do, I mean, if you are using a sample, so a sample of respondents, that speaks volumes, because you are now going to have different alternative ways of answering the question. So what are you going to do with that? Of course, percentage is good, but not good enough based on what we saw the other day. 1 out of 10 is 10%. 10 out of 100 is 10%. 100 out of 1,000 is 10%. So if you are talking about percent, you are giving mixed messages in some cases. Yeah? So then we can go to content analysis or thematic analysis, where we group up different responses into categories and give them frequencies, the number of people in there equal to the number of whatever. And then we can do statistical analysis on those percentages and whatever. Okay? And come out with numbers that are reliable for scholars especially. Okay. Now, many people will quickly rush to ANOVA, irrespective of design they used. The design for analysis should more or less conform to the design used either in the field or wherever. Otherwise, you can very quickly disappear your differences at analytical stage. And this is where the problem arises when, after collecting your results, your data, you give them to a statistician to help you to analyze, and you are not there to tell them the circumstances, what that led to this, and what you want to find out. Of course, because they want your money, they will give you anything. But the sensitivity of what you are looking for will just disappear in there. Okay, yes. After analyzing, you get the means, the measures of what? Variation? Yes. Measures of variation. It can be standard. Central tendency. The central tendency. It can be standard error, standard deviation, Duncan's multiple range test, the T, student's T something, and so on, a chi-square. All those tell us what you used, and it should conform to what you are looking for. Okay? Now, after getting the table of means and now there is interpretation, which might require transformation of your data into different forms, trend analysis, correlations, and so on and so forth. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, by plots. If you are doing plant breeding, I don't know so much about biplots. I think participants can explain to us.
Yeah, for socioeconomics, the sky is the limit. And there is a general tendency for biophysical scientists to do surveys, to do economic evaluations, financial, whatever. But they don't want to go the whole length because they claim they are not economists. They are not trained well. If you have to eat a frog, you eat a fat one or a juicy one. So don't go into an area and claim you don't have the capacity. Give it to those who have the capacity. Why not? You can work together with them. Tell the story of results at the professional level required of economic analysis. Use the best bet models of economic analysis that will make sense out of your study. And in most cases, if you ended up with economic analysis in a biophysical study, it would be best to publish economic analysis in a purely economics journal or agriculture economics journal, and then the other is somewhere in another biophysical journal. Okay? Because the language of an agriculture economics paper must fit into what people in that field consider competitive. Don't give substandard stuff and attribute it to your university, and people are reading it and they are seeing it. Even the basics of it they don't measure up. Why? And when the paper is rejected badly, you're going to feel bad. But I mean, you are trespassing. You cannot trespass and go away with it. Okay? Of course, the tool there is a questionnaire, and there are different types, and people will just say questionnaire, and this questionnaire might have a stratified sample or population, and so each sample might require a different questionnaire. And many people will talk about questionnaires when actually they are talking about copies of the same questionnaire, and they say we use questionnaires. Okay, and in many cases, face-to-face interviews, FDGs, focus discussion groups, and key informants. Yes, key informants. Tell us which one you used, or the combination of, and why. And then you may have different modes of data analysis. And then you come out, give us some of the models associated, and come out with a very clear analysis as the results that are going to be discussed. Okay? And then it comes to the software. Somebody will put SPSS even when they don't know what it means. And presently, SPSS can be used for both social and biophysical sciences. There are components in there. And some people mix spreadsheet, Excel, with the statistical software. And of course, the competency, depending on the area you are investigating, would vary all the time. Okay? And what we see here is also that you work as research teams, but many times the teams are left on the proposal. And when during implementation and writing papers, there's no consultation. And some of them are consulted, but they never come back to give input. For some reasons, I will not, it could be logistical or something. I think this is it. If you do this very well and somebody reads and is convinced that these are the best methods, procedures for doing the work, and they expose the value added in the results, then there will be no question to believe that your results are reliable and are likely to support whatever conclusions and recommendations that you come out with. That's where I can stop. We probably can get contributions. We get contributions. Yeah, I've talked. Any contributions? Deviations from the norm? Or something somebody can share with us, especially from socioeconomics and humanities?
The facilitator, I can hear the hand of Tony. Tony, please, you're allowed to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the good message on this methodology or materials and methods. Does that fall under result?
Okay.
Under methodology.
We missed your point.
Okay, let me repeat.
Yes.
Can you get me now?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Ton?
Yes.
I think that has internet challenges. Ton? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Course, I've allowed you to talk.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. This section is the one I've enjoyed the most, but can you kindly expound on why you said the sky is the limit for the socioeconomists? I'm concerned. Thank you.
I didn't get the question, unfortunately.
Yeah, when you say the sky is the limit, when it comes to data, the approaches and the tools for the socioeconomics, how is it different from other biophysical sciences?
You're saying the averages taken it what?
No, kindly explain the difference in approach of data for socioeconomics and biophysical sciences, please.
Can somebody say it? Because there's an echo in our...
Yes. We cannot hear you very well.
You didn't hear me very well.
You need to mute one of your computers in the room because it is sending back.
Okay, I was saying.
You have to, okay.
Yeah, I was saying in the data approaches of tools for socioeconomics, kindly expound on that a bit, please.
In the data approaches,
Yeah, in the approaches.
I don't quite understand because I'm not from social science, but if I can understand, then I probably would attempt to explain.
Okay, how you say the sky is the limit for the socioeconomics. I wanted to hear more on that.
The kind of what? Limits?
Yeah, why are we limited?
Oh my God.
I've been writing the Q&A. Yeah.
Oh, please. I think that's better.
Okay.
Of course, are you using two devices? We have lost her.
Yeah, and we are responding to the Q&A. I'm sure you're seeing the responses come through.
Okay. So now, Luther, you can talk. It's your time.
The Q&A.
Luther,
Thank you
can
so
hear
much.
me? Yes,
I'm
go
Chelsea
ahead.
Tuka from. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Johnson Tuka from Congo, DRC. So, Prof said that statistical analysis, when you do that, you have to know this one must fit with design you chose before. So, I wanted to know how can you know exactly, because this one is, I see something new for me. I want to know the analysis that we will do must be according the objective or according the design we are using on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to use our statisticians very well because they will give us different examples. For example, if you have nitrogen at 5 levels and you have 10 varieties. Now, those are two treatments and structures. When you interact them fully, 10 and 5, 10 times 5, you will get what? 50? Yeah, you'll get 50 combinations. Now, that kind of arrangement, which design can it fit to get you the results you want? Or you have 3 treatments. You have varieties, nitrogen fertilizer, and then you have 2 gender groups, for example. You have gender also as a treatment. So you are going to have 2 times 5 times, I don't remember the other, combinations. Now, that kind of structural arrangement of the treatments, which design will be best? We cannot know everything about a discipline like in statistics when you are belonging to animal science, but you have people in that area to consult and get you the right design for the field and design for analysis. When you explain to them what you are looking for, they will envision and give you something that will work best under your circumstances. That's why I said, don't give away your data, statisticians. Rather, give him the data and the idea. Why this study, how did you do it, how did you repeat it? And they will ask you a number of questions and then decide on either how to analyze or how to design the experiment. Is that okay?
Yes, Prof. It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
Thank you so much. Doreen?
There is a question, how does completely randomized design, maybe I think, be used? Now, completely randomized means and it's normally used in these labs and greenhouses where the conditions are uniform. But as soon as you go out, there's shadowing. The soil, you look at the soil the land is sloping, so definitely differences in terms of soil fertility will begin to come. So we divide up to minimize the variation. We block so that one area where there's a lot of more light than the other area, those are treated as blocks. And then we apply the plots and treatments within those blocks. Otherwise, the variation that comes in is going to cause problems for our treatments. But inside the greenhouse, you can randomize completely, but not randomize under the table and on top of the table, of course. Okay? And when you vary light, make sure the lighting is the same. When you irrigate, make sure you irrigate uniformly. Inside the room, there's no wind to cause us problems of dust on one side and then no dust on the other side. Okay? Yeah. So that explains both blocking and completely randomizing. If you can't completely randomize, then you block. And you block against something. So you cannot do a block experiment without telling us blocking against what. Yes, any more?
Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening. I can hear you.
My name is Doreen.
We cannot hear you very well.
There's another computer which is open.
Am I being heard now?
Yes.
Now it's okay.
I'm a food scientist by profession, and I'm currently doing my master's in human nutrition. I would want some clarity on marrying secondary data and primary data if you are writing a report on both those items. Then also you talked about focus group discussions. I have read certain literature and there isn't, okay, I haven't yet found that clarity on the maximum sample size of focus group discussions. Not a group is like 4 to 6, 4 to 8, something like that. But the actual sample size, I haven't yet zeroed down to that. So I would also want clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What was the first question? Sorry.
The first question is marrying secondary data and primary data if you're writing a report.
But you see, again, the objective, what would be the purpose of what you are doing before you decide whether to marry this and that or to do it separately? But now, secondary data, you should know, will have different methodologies and different thinking. So it's normally difficult to marry the two because really, unless there's a continuation, maybe the same researcher had ideas that are continuing in the other experiment or study. Marrying might become a bit of a problem. But again, it depends on the purpose for which you are writing this report. It could be phases instead of separate separate studies. It's just phase 1, phase 2. Yeah. But if you are going to population census data and you want to marry that with what you are doing, it's difficult to imagine what these people did, like our previous census. It had a lot of misgivings. Up to now, people are finding it hard to believe that kind of data. But depends, discuss with your supervisor, because normally the supervisor knows the bigger picture than yours. If the supervisor is not available, give a seminar. Why not? You attract quite a number of brains and they come and the supervisor will respond to, and they normally respond better to what others are saying. Okay? Time. Somebody is.
Did you answer the question on sample size for?
Sample size for FDGs.
Yes, that's an interesting.
Focus group discussions.
Yes.
I don't think I have that.
Yeah, maybe I can answer it.
Yeah, but somebody is concerned about time.
It depends on the nature of the study. A focus group discussion is intended to collect very focused data. And we could, for example, take an example. If you're collecting data on presidents in the US, I mean, there is only a few of them. There is Obama, there is Bush, there is and so on.
In Uganda.
And when you come to Uganda, presidents in Uganda, and presidents and former presidents, you may find one. So what is your sample size? What is your sample frame? So there can be nothing like exact sample size for focus group discussions. No, because it depends on the focus of the study. If you're collecting data, you said you are food science. If you're collecting data on viscosity of a given milk product, maybe for baby weaning, then you're going to ask mothers that are breastfeeding. So what is the population of mothers that are breastfeeding? That's what you now put into the population, the sample size determining equation, and it will give you the sample size that you need. But again, remember, I think day 2, day 1, we talked about data saturation. If you're looking for ladies in Uganda, and that is your sample frame, I mean, it can be that big, but what you do is to collect data, and until you reach probably the 1/20th, you start getting same responses, then you've reached data saturation, so you end there. Yeah, so that's what it is, even for focus group discussions.
But time,
Yeah.
somebody's concerned. There's a trend of.
Yeah, sure. There is a trend of going before time and beyond time. But again, what we can promise is that we can close formally. And we say 5 o'clock, it is closed. So feel free to leave as you so choose. But those who would like to stay and ask questions and have a conversation, extended stay, you're very welcome. We are here. We are not going to make a slide presentation. We are not going to introduce new information, but we are going to provide opportunity to answer questions for those that are, and also discuss and learn from one another. We understand the challenges of Zoom interactions, because nothing beats face-to-face engagements. But again, we do not want to be constrained by stickler to time. Yeah, we would like to make maximum opportunity of the time that we have. So please feel free to leave. And maybe before you leave, Ruforam, would you want to make any communication? I think we hand over to you. And then we shall continue, because this is a recorded session, and we wouldn't want to have a session where we have so many questions and they are not answered. So we are trying to answer them, and you'll get them into your system. At the time of presenting, it's a bit difficult for us to answer questions. So it's only when we have an opportunity, then we answer the questions. So please go ahead. Ruforam, would you like to say something before we officially close this?
For our side, I think that we can continue. And also I can see more 3 hands there up. And
okay.
Yes, please.
So there are 3 hands that are up. Okay, so you are okay. We can deal with the 3 hands that are up, and
yes.
then we call it a day. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But when I say call it a day, that is formally.
Yes.
We are here to
But
continue with those who want to stay for the next 30
we
minutes.
Can continue.
We are available.
Okay. Brianna, please go ahead.
Good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
I would like to say thank you very much for good presentation. I am Cipriana from Tanzania, and I am a PhD student at Eduardo Mondlane University at Mozambique. I have been here since day one, and I'm learning a lot. Currently, I'm doing my data collection, so this information is very important for my work. My question is about methodology, is the issue of the replication. Prof, can you please assist me in knowing more about the replication? For example, you have maybe three locations, and every location will have 3 sites. Can it also be called the replication? And also, how can I differentiate this replication from that of the laboratory work? For example, as for me, I'm food scientist. Maybe I'm going to do the nutrient analysis for different crops. Will it be the different location or sites? Will it be called replication, or on that laboratory I'm going to analyze? And also, can you please assist me to know about the issue of the effect of the season? You said that sometimes the journal cannot accept your paper if you are not considering the issue of the season. For example, you are doing the research, and then you are sure that your output to be influenced by the effect of the season, but due to the budget constraints, you cannot manage to do the 2 seasons. Will it also be acceptable for the journal to agree with that reason, that you failed to do the replication for different seasons because of the budget? Will it be the reason as well? Please assist me on this question. Thank you very much.
Okay, now let's start with your second question. Your second question is to do with the seasonality.
Yes.
Now, we notice as journal editors that most of the studies that are reporting and presenting data on seasonality was never an objective. So we rush to compare seasons, season 1 and season 2. So the point that we are putting across, if you have an objective to do with the season, then that means when you planted season 1, in East Africa, we have the long rains and short rains. Long rains is season 1, short rains is season 2. So you cannot present data and compare seasons when you only have 1 data point for long rains and 1 data point for short rains. So if you have an objective in seasonality, then that means you need to replicate it. So you need to have at least 3 long rains and at least 3 short rains data points. So that means 6 data points. So seasonality Now you can imagine you're a master's students. In most universities, first year is for studying. Then second year is when you're doing the research. Yeah? And so you only have 2 seasons. Now, the reason why you have 2 seasons for your data is to improve your mean. Because, and we need to understand this from the first principles, is that you have a treatment and then you're having a mean. Now, one mean alone cannot be compared. So you need to have another opportunity to get another mean in order to make a comparison effects. So that's why we are talking about seasonality, and that's why we take season. Otherwise, if you take one mean alone, in statistics, what is happening may be that was giving a chance. But if you have long range,
Can you mute
2024,
yourself?
long range 2025, long range 2026, and then the range is consistent. There may be long rains which are not intense, but it's a long rain season. So in that long rains where there is no intensity of the rain, you may find that the yields will be half the yields of the first of the other season where the rains were intense. But even when they are half, the highest variety in 2026 will be the highest variety. In 2025 will be the highest variety in 2024. So that is the consistency of the mean that we're looking for. And so we need to get our statistics right and know why are we doing replication. We are trying to get a consistent mean. And we are trying to tell the world that, the results we get are not due to chance. That even in the most harsh environments, what yields high here will still be the one that yields high there. So please do understand why the comparisons and why the variability. So many times when we are comparing seasons, we do not have sufficient data for seasonality because we've done only 2 seasons.
Yes.
But you also talked about the first question. It was due to multilocational trials. And you said you are food science. They are normally done in breeding studies and environmental work. So multilocational trials, yes, those are there's something in analysis called additive multiplicative effects. Yes, those environments can be considered, and they have to be different environments. So each environment is considered a replication. And you can work out environmental effects on it.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
So for the case of the season, is it possible to compare if you have only 2 seasons? So is it possible to compare the mean for 4 seasons only? Maybe the cold season and the hot season. Is it possible to do like that?
Now, in that case, the main thing is not about the season.
Yes.
But the thing is about the performance of your treatment in season 1 and season 2.
Yes.
Yes. So the main thing is not about the season. So if you put a journal article out there and everything is season, so they will tell you there is no replication for season 1 and 2. So the thing is, you're looking at how the treatments performed in the 2 separate seasons.
Yes.
So the treatments are replicated in the 2 seasons. But the seasons are not replicated. So seasonality is if you are doing masters, even PhD, let's leave seasonality for research institutes because they have all the time.
Okay.
It is their work. So they are there employed for 5 years, 10 years. So they will plant crops, they will feed animals and do a long range experiment. How did this season perform this year? How did we? I hope you understand what I mean.
I understand, Prof. Thank you a lot.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much.
I think from Forum, those that feel you want to leave, please feel free to take leave. We are just continuing the conversation. Yeah. So
thank you, Prof.
There were 3 hands, did you say? So one is gone. Where is the
Yes,
other?
another one is Mustafa. Please go ahead.
Mustafa.
Yes. Hello, good evening from
Good
my
evening.
end. Yes, I am Mustafa Slai Bayon from China, but I'm a Sierra Leonean. I'm doing my PhD in China. So I've been following this program. Thank you very much for your presentation. A lady, I think somebody asked about the threshold for focus group discussion. It's just maybe a comment or maybe observation or maybe like a recommendation. I did a study back home. Because I'm doing a fisheries research, so I tried to focus on fisher folks. So I had to read. Then it was recommended that a threshold between 4 to 15 normally is the best number for focus group discussion. Why? Because when you have that number, or maybe when you select that particular threshold, you'll be able to like achieve a good number of participants, or those participants who participate fully. There will not be that domination of few individuals that they want to like give all their own information, leaving some behind. It also allows diverse perspective without becoming unimaginable. So, according to Kruska and Casey 2015. So he recommended about 6 to 8 participants per focus group discussion because of those reasons I've just stated. Beyond that focus group discussion will not be very much successful. There will be a lot of noise. Some people will not pay attention. Some will not even give information that you may want to get. So that is it. Below that one, it's not, he considered it not to be a focus group discussion, but rather a group interview, just like you calling 2 or 3 people, you come and interview them. So that is not a focus group. So the range is normally above 4 up to like 15. So that is just my own contribution I had wanted to make. Thank you.
Thanks for the contribution, much appreciated. You really are pointing us to the fact that we need to read and be informed with current literature and current information. But sample size for focus group discussion really depends on the nature of the study and what you're studying. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, next.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm Lafa Steven from Malawi. I asked a question on Q&A regarding on the methods and materials. In a case where we are doing GIS related research, for example, on land use and land cover assessment, and we are required to give a more detailed results about the soils, the topography, and even other related issues in land use. Then you explained that in our methodology, we're also supposed to explain about the environmental considerations, like the location and even the soils around the topography, which are also actually supposed to be present in the results about land use and land change when explaining the results in the results section. So my question is, how do you balance the two? The results explanation and the ones which are supposed to talk about in in the location of the study, the methods, and also materials?
Oh, thank you. That is a very good question. You know, the methodology section is you don't carry things in the discussion or in the results that are not in the methodology. So the methodology section is trying to talk about location and rainfall and what in order to lay ground for explaining the observed results, interpreting them and discussing them. So you now start saying that probably the high yields in the savanna grasslands were due to the heavy rains that occurred during this period. And the low yields in the semi-arid areas are probably due to the low rainfall that was experienced, which is unusual because even in the semi-arid there is some rainfall, but there are some years when there is no rainfall at all. So the soybean biomass grown in the arid will be different from the soybean biomass and yield grown in the savanna. So the differences in location that are not part of the data collected, vegetation and what have you, are being used now to explain your results. But they were not part of the data that you are collecting. So that's why we need them in the methodology. I hope I've answered you, sir. Hello? Are we still together?
Yes, it is clear, Prof.
Okay. So there was a third hand.
Yes, but now I've seen that the number has increased.
Oh, the number has increased.
Has increased.
It has.
So you can advise from your side.
No, the number, you still have 250 people. So they are still
go ahead.
They are still significant enough for us to continue.
Thank you so much. Amok, is your time? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, good evening, sir. And thank you very much for the presentation so far. Okay, my first question is as regards the last person that asked a question. You know, it was asking about a GIS related methodology. You know, there are some GIS projects that we do that we don't have to go to the field at all. We do everything from our system. Are we also supposed to put the environmental parameters in the methodology since we didn't go to the field and we only got information, we only got our data or our satellite imageries from some website, from some free sources based on the climatic condition that we already know about an area?
Yes.
I don't know if you understand.
Yes, I understand. It is just like when you're writing in the methodology, I'm sure you've seen in papers, when you're describing the site description, and you say the latitude and longitude of this site. Now, you didn't go to the field to measure the latitude and longitude. That's already known. So it's just that's the same as picking satellite and imagery. So it's okay.
I have another question.
Please go ahead.
Okay, yes. So now apart from that one, then also in the methodology, I see some projects that in the tools and methodology, they usually mention the type of system that was used, the version of the software, the image duration, and why they picked that duration of image. Yeah, I know the reason why the duration of image was picked is necessary, but is the type of system used necessary, like the type of laptop they used and the version of software that was used? Is it necessary to be in the methodology also?
Yes, it is necessary. It is necessary because you know, if you're talking about GenStat C version this, they are different. The different models offer different futures. So you cannot say that you use the SPSS version 8 and you're saying you now are producing an ANOVA. ANOVA may be coming from a different version. For example, right now, there are many versions of Excel. There is a version of Excel that does analysis of data, which was not the case with other versions. So that's why you need to state the version that you used. Yeah. Is this okay?
Yes, I have another question.
Please,
That's
please,
the last
please
one.
go ahead.
But it's not related to the materials and methodology.
Yes.
So the question is, I'm working on a paper. It's a review paper currently, but the review paper is related to a particular location. Let's say I'm working on a review of something in Nigeria. Do I have to review other papers that have also spoken about that particular issue in other study area?
Yes.
In other places that are different from Nigeria? Am I supposed to talk about them also in?
If you're doing a review paper?
Yes.
Yes. At a review paper, we did say at the beginning that I think there are 8 steps of how to conduct a review paper. So we have not focused on reviews, but at some point we are going to have an opportunity, forum is allowed, that we shall be talking about how to write systematic reviews and how to write scooping reviews. And then you'll see how a review is done. It's only considered complete if you have done exactly what you're saying. There is what we call inclusion and exclusion criteria. Which papers are you going to include and which papers are you going to exclude and why? Yeah.
Yeah, but you might be writing a review about Nigeria, but you see, science has no boundaries. And secondly, it may not have happened in Nigeria, maybe it happened elsewhere. And you can pick lessons or compare what happened in Nigeria in the review, not as a topic, with what happened elsewhere. For example, I was reading a paper on herbicide resistance, and it happened mostly in Australia and the US, and in Africa it happened in South Africa, having been the greatest users of herbicide. But the study was about Sub-Saharan Africa, but the reader has to borrow information from Australia and the US, and then project what it would be for Africa. So when you are addressing review about Nigeria, doesn't mean that you have to block out all the others, but maybe that's where you have to pick the information on the basis of which either to review here or to suggest certain things to happen in the direction that did not happen or that happened elsewhere, where that phenomenon was most prevalent.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Look here, and 4 others. Okay, continue. Continue
Oscar.
releasing whoever,
Please, Oscar, your time. Oscar, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
For this opportunity. Oscar from Ghana once again. Prof, I don't know, I need advice from you. we have picked my data for the past 3 months because my sample size was around 1,400. 700 for control and 700 also for the intervention district. I tried with analysis, then I realized that the 8 demographic variables that I have, only one is associated with the outcome variable I'm trying to make. Even the one which is associated were in 3 categories. I grouped the age in 3 categories because I saw it in the literature that was the way they did it. But the rest were binary because of perhaps calculating the risk ratio of the subject I'm working on. So now that only one variable is associated and the rest of the 7, I have a lot of them to do. I'm seeing a trend that I may not go further with other sophisticated analysis like regression again if others are not associated. Could there be something that perhaps, Prof, that has not gone that well in the data collection? I'm quite confused and I need your advice on this. Thank you, Prof.
Well, it's difficult to tell at this stage, but you should have considered the sensitivity of these parameters at the design stage and then select. Remember, we said the other day that research questions without immediate answers would be the best to deal with in research. Those would promise news. And then selection of parameters that are most sensitive, what you're investigating, makes it even clearer and promising to get results. Because the selection is informed by previous either science or other knowledge that was existing at the point. So I think it was a problem at the design stage. Select parameters that are not predictively associated, because in any case, the hypothesis or sub-hypothesis would be saying this is associated with this. And at the design stage, you can find out the extent to which that parameter is associated with that. And if it is not, then there's no reason to consider it for your study, because in any case, it will not be associated. I think that's what I could answer for now. I don't know. Are those results for your graduate program?
Yes, please, Prof. My PhD program.
Your PhD?
Yes, please. And my supervisor will demand the raw data we collected using the Kobo Collect. He will allow me demand it. So I'm very careful not to even touch any variables there.
Then I think you have to do a lot to explore that responsive parameter more, so that you really, otherwise you will have a problem with your data set. Explore more, use literature to envision the different scenarios associated with that responsive parameter.
Yes, please.
And deciding to focus on that becomes a methodological issue. You did all the others and you justified their selection, but this one came out, and therefore the focus and the further understanding of this was, of course, indirectly, it's like trying to generate information sufficient for your PhD, but it should look like a methodological reason for focusing on that particular item. And I can assure you, when you read the literature, you'll get If you can set questions for yourself, you'll get a lot of literature and you become an expert in that particular sport.
Yes, please.
And with the research, you can never exhaust everything in this world about what you are doing. You do research and stop. But the competency of the methodology and the ideas you are generating and synthesizing, that competence will give you the PhD.
Yes, please.
Prof, thank you so much. I'm grateful.
You are most welcome.
Next.
Yes, please. Now is Emmanuel Imbisibwe. I don't know. Emmanuel, go ahead, please. Emmanuel, can you hear me? Emmanuel. Okay, I think this one is fine. Okay, there's another Emmanuel Lita. Emmanuel Lita?
Yes, hello.
Yes, please, go ahead. I can hear you.
Good evening, Prof, and the rest.
Evening.
Yeah, for the nice presentation. I'm Emmanuel Lita from the Republic of South Sudan, but currently based in Tanzania at Sokoine University of Agriculture in Morogoro. I have some few comments, and also I want to give a comment to the issue of the last person who have just asked the question about he has like one significant variable out of the 8. You know, at times there are what we call it the confounding factors. So there is a threshold usually that we use to include some other variables which are either significant or some are midway. Like for example, you can include a variable which is 0. For example, 2, not necessarily significant. You can just include them into the multivariate logistic regression so that you get the issue of the confounding, to clean up. I think that will be good for him to maybe read about the confounding factors and how to get rid of it. My question is on the study sites. I've seen most of the articles which are putting study areas rather than a study site. Because at the end of the day, we are trying to generalize the results of a particular study. So if we put site, for me, I think like a site is more of where you collected the data from. It's more of the location rather than the study area. So I don't know which one will be the best for us, because I've seen most are using the study area rather than the study sites. This is one, I need clarification on that. The other issue is there was one, a lady I think was asking about the sky is a limit for for a social scientist. You know, in
excuse me.
Yes.
Just leave that. Let's discuss what you have said first.
Okay.
And then we continue. Well, study site is representing the study area, the area that is affected, the area that will benefit from the outputs of this study. And the study site, therefore, must be representative or the worst hit area by the crisis. So we in interpreting the results of the site, we eventually, in the discussion, we turn it to area rather than site. Although the two are, you can define them differently. But the site is telling us about the area, assuming the area is uniformly affected.
Okay. But do we put it right from the beginning? You know, in methods and material, we usually start with the study area. Do we put it study area or study site? That's my question.
Study area will be in the title.
In the title.
Study site will be in materials and methods.
In materials
study
and
area
methods.
will be in the objective, because we want to influence, to affect a certain situation in the study area. But we can't study in the whole area. We can only study in a site based on resources.
Okay.
But when we are interpreting the results, we go back to the study area. And we may then, based on the knowledge we have about the area, there might be exceptions to the result we have got. Okay, the site was correct, but there is an exception that we need to be watch out about, and that can be an area for study in another future direction.
Okay.
Yeah? We don't just mention Sub-Saharan Africa in the introduction, and then there is no link between Sub-Saharan Africa and the study site. Maybe the study site is in Norway. Can you imagine? So that's the link of the whole thing. Now, the first question, I don't quite remember.
Yeah, actually, that's the only question that I was like asking. But the rest, I just comment based on the experience in terms of someone talking about the version like software of a software that you're using. Can I just give based on my experience on that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah,
We are here to learn from each other.
Okay, yeah. Actually, we usually mention the version of a device or of an instrument that you used in your methodology for analysis. It is very important. For example, for us who are actually working in DNA, for example, molecular diagnostic, we have different type of PCR machines. So these different PCRs machines, they have different analytical power. So you need to at least put there, it is a must that you should put the version, because at the end of the day, someone somewhere, for example, in US, wanted to do the same study for the repeatability of the study. So for him to do the same, so you must actually give the version. You must mention the version that this was done using this primer, and the tool which was using was PCR version 7.5 this, so that he get the same results. But if you give it just PCR without mentioning the software which is used or the device, I think the result also will be different. Yeah, that's my contribution.
That's correct.
Yeah.
First of all,
thank you.
You might want to earn credit that you are using the top of the notch equipment now. Secondly, the version you are referring to might not have the provision for what you are saying you did. And especially with your DNA analysis, most of our labs in Africa may not have the equipment. So we send it to Australia, and now the methodology is now disconnected with you. And yet you are supposed to tell us what happened in the lab in order for you to get what you got. And in the process, you pick a version of PCR that has no provision for what you are saying you analyze. So it is good to disclose the version so that we agree with you that the results you got are valid, are not valid. So I don't know, my colleague might have something to say.
No, it is good. It is best practice. Yeah.
Yeah, then you had the other one. I stopped you from.
Yeah, the other one was she was like asking about, you mentioned something about the sky is the limit, I think, for social science. So
I'm trying to answer that question. I see it is coming again and again.
Yeah,
Maybe
because I
were
was
we
like,
misunderstood or anyway.
Yeah,
Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, I was trying to look into the approach which actually is being used in the social science in terms of data collection. You know, in social science, mostly they use the qualitative methods of data collection, and which at times involves the like open-ended questionnaires, you know. But in when we're using in the other part, for example, is experimental or the non-social scientists, we use the qualitative, you know, numbers. So I was trying to link between the two. At times we use even the mixed study, whereby, you know, it's limited. We can't talk more, especially when they're using the studies like the CAPS, knowledge, attitude, practice. So you have to go for qualitative, and where we have a lot of words, a lot of analysis and so forth. Yeah, just trying to.
So what is the question?
No, she was asking, why did you like mention for social scientists, you mentioned that sky is a limit for them.
The sky is the limit in terms of designing the writing style, selecting. I mean, if you look, like you are a scientist, you know, for us there is IMRAD, introduction, materials and methods, results, discussion. So the shelf is given. But for social sciences, no, it's not.
Yeah, that was her question actually. She
And
was trying to.
that also goes for literature review. You may not talk about methodology of literature review, although it is also important to lend credibility to the findings you are giving. The new thinking, according to you are bringing a new style of thinking, a new school. Given the published information, where are you seeing the new entry point that has not been published before, that is going to end up in the conclusions and the next research agenda for this particular area? So the thinking, you are left to think out the subtitles, the what, and it is more challenging, but quite informative and quite displaying of your innovativeness to handle a situation. And that might not be very easy for beginners. But if in the sciences, you are given the shelves, fit this one here, fit this one here, and so on and so forth. That's what I meant. I did not say the social sciences think better or no. The school of the sky is the limit was really limited to writing style.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Most welcome.
Florence, it's your time to talk. Florence, can you hear me? Course. Go ahead, course. I think that this is the second time, your second time. Course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time. One, thank you so much for today's presentation. I'm learning a lot. One comment I wanted to ask is about this guy by name Oscar, the person who was earned many parameters that are not responding to the treatment. The question I want to ask is a phrase where profs talked about you generate news by getting what not others have not been getting. So I'm asking myself, could that be news? In other words, whereby things are not behaving the way they expected them to behave. Maybe that's a question I have on that.
Yeah, but maybe the question would also have, if you had the expectation, you knew, that means you knew what you wanted from the research. So why did you do the research?
Yeah, actually, it's strange that we were thinking alike, that you got a negative response. Might be the news in itself. Why can't you capitalize on finding out why that negative response, assuming all other controls were put in place and they had either a sufficient sample size or repeated enough or replicated enough and you got that answer, and for the first time. Isn't that news that we should capitalize on, and together with the other significant whatever, we capitalize on this for the first time? And this is the PhD. I mean, you are trying to challenge knowledge that is available. Why not? Well, thank you
Okay.
very
Yeah.
much. It was a
Yeah, that's
positive.
what I was thinking. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. What time I was talking?
Thank you.
Please stopping in the next 10 minutes. So
Yes, please.
can we just have the hands that are up and we
Yes.
get it done?
So far we have 6. So I can start. Barnabas, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation, Prof. Nampala and Prof. Tenyo. I wanted to find out about the issue of the control in an experiment. Do we always have to have an experiment in a control in an experiment? For example, I was doing some work on trying to evaluate different jackfruit varieties to see the effect of the spacings on their performance. But there are like 4 different varieties I got. They are indigenous varieties from Uganda, but now I'm collecting that on them. But I'm wondering, in that case, what can be the control, or we can just continue having the study without a control? Is it correct scientifically to have such a study? And also, secondly, the issue of seasons. If you have that,
Hold
is it
on.
only
Let's go one by one.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of a control is to see whether you are adding value to the prevailing circumstances by doing something differently, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
You have what is maybe recommended or what is practiced by the farmers, and you want to see whether by doing it differently, you are going to have reasonable change in the positive or negative. And so you have to include that to inform you that your change is positive. But if it is positive, is it worth the new investment? Is it worth the new change? Now, we might be having already information to show that there is a change. So if that is already, then we don't no longer need that control, because we already have information that adding this and this changes. Now the focus of the investigation is not really on the control anymore. It means we have to change to something else. But then there might be other questions about changing. Maybe optimizing the change. Yes, we know there's a change, but how can we optimize it? And then what are the economics involved in this? What we are losing in terms of money by changing to this against what we are gaining? Is the balance positive? I mean, that's the way I would understand the control. And these days we talk about positive control, negative control. Have you heard about that?
Yes, I have.
Would you share with us the meaning?
I've heard of it, but I'm not so sure exactly when they applied. But I've heard them being used.
Oh Lord. You want to make an attempt?
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, let's have that as
responding to questions.
Yes.
Wasn't attentive.
There is a control without applying. Then there is a control which is recommended as a treatment. Say fungicide recommended for beans is this.
Mm.
And then
okay,
a control without that fungicide. You probably still want to look at the other end. So you must put another control. But you can read about it, and maybe you can share with us tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have two more?
Yes, we have.
Hello?
Yes, do you have more, 2 questions? Go ahead.
About the issue of the season data, I got your explanation as if you are suggesting that if you have one season's data, it cannot be accepted for publishing. For example, if you've collected data on the growth performance of some varieties of jackfruit for over a year, for 1 year, can you now publish that work for 2 seasons, or you still have to go to a 3rd season so that the data can be accepted for publication?
I think we have to kind of explore that a little more. For season-dependent experiments, experiments that recognize season or as an issue, we need to do more than 1 season. But there are also experiments that, for example, if you are looking at DNA, if we emphasize that DNA is going to change by crossing seasons, then the experiment can be. But otherwise, by sampling different leaves from different varieties, that's just enough. Probably the size of the sample, the replication based on number of leaves is sufficient because DNA is not going to change, isn't it? So the environment-dependent studies should consider environment as an issue, because if the environment is going to keep changing and the factors you are looking at are interactive, and some of them are sensitive to the environment, others are not. And when you bring in environment, and yet environment is not a factor in the study, you are going to I'm saying confound, to drown the small effects you would have seen if the environment was evened out somehow, maybe by providing light to extend the photoperiodism, maybe by irrigating so that moisture doesn't become an issue, maybe by providing the other nutrients across, but only leave this one which is changing. Yeah. So I don't know whether am I explaining the because we are tired.
It's okay, I've understood. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. The last one?
The last one is Benjamin. Benjamin, please go ahead if you can hear me.
Thank you so much. I'm Benjamin from Malawi. I'm doing a PhD in rural development and extension. I just want to learn from you guys, how do you organize viewing, and also how do you manage maybe to get the themes and also to get the narratives out of it?
We missed something at the beginning, sorry.
Okay, I said that I'm Benjamin Chisama from Malawi. I'm doing a PhD in rural development and extension at the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Yeah, so my question is that you are reviewing, and also how do you draw some narratives and even some themes from that literature? Thank you.
Again, we missed out something, but sometimes from the frequency of terminologies, appearance of terminologies, you can get the theme or the subtitle constructed based on the number of repeated issues about a given terminology, in the context of the text you have. Okay? And also difference in variation in the idea, flow of idea. If you are now moving from trees to shrubs, why can't you have trees as a subtitle and shrubs as a type of subtitle? Okay? Or in terms of length of the text, you might be writing about trees, but you are having 50 paragraphs. Come on. Still, within those trees in the 50, there's a certain variation in the ideas, which you can theme up separately and create subtitles. But the other way around is also true, that if you have five or three paragraphs and you want subtitle, come on, that's not necessary. See how to link up two small subsections into one, either by saying this and this in the subtitle, and then write the section, but separated by paragraphs. Okay? But also this depends, and this is where there are problems. You remember we said, try to avoid "and" in the objective, because if you are going to write a paper and every time you write about trees, you don't write about shrubs, that means you are having two studies in one. You can separate this study and write about it, pick out the sections about it, and you will not lose the other one. But if the two are supposed to be together, say in an intercrop, then the writing will be, whereas this did this, when it came to the shrub, this happened, and so on. So it's a cocktail mixture within the same write-up. And similarly, the discussion should take the same whatever. So I don't know whether I'm explaining properly, and I don't want to explain forever, because this, as you people said, mentorship would be very good, because really this writing should not be an issue anymore. You should be thinking about what you are writing, which is the point, so that you perfect the message and then just dress it up for the audience that you have predetermined. Have I been answering? I don't know.
Thank you so much, Prof. I've gotten some few points from your explanation. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Was that the last one? Can we close?
Yes, it was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah.
But for my panel, I can see more 4 hands. So
maybe we give them a chance.
Okay, go ahead. Pick out those one, we go ahead.
Okay, please. Florence, is your time now. Please be with us. Over to you. Florence?
Florence already.
Yes, but okay. Now is Zelene. Please go ahead.
Good day. I'm sorry to take your time, and thank you, Prof, very much for your presentation. I'm sorry to deviate a little. For me, it's just a question on a conference. I am very in. Hello?
Hello? I thought I said I have the time to speak. I'm calling from Nigeria.
Can you moderate the colleague?
Sorry, I'm going to give you time, but now is our colleague, Zelene, who is talking. So after this, you'll come over. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I took someone's spot. Should
No,
I continue?
Please. Yes,
Oh,
please
okay.
continue.
Yes. For me, it's a question on a conference. as part of my thesis, I have to participate in at least one conference. So my question, I'm doing a PhD actually. I did introduce myself. I'm in France, and I'm working on the biochemistry of Cupasso. It's a family of cacao, from cacao family. So I have results, but I don't see quite a significant difference in my results, for instance. So would it be interesting to actually show these results in a conference, or a conference should actually show results that has effective differences, positive differences? What is your view in that? Should I still participate in a conference even though my results don't show a significant difference between treatments?
You see, we are looking at reality. And when you are doing research in a real situation, you are not predicting what you will get. And if you are doing it correctly, even the wrong result is a result. But how you handle it, because you really now have to try to explain why you got it that way, and so what does it mean? And probably you are still undertaking more. This is just
preliminary findings.
Preliminary finding.
And at a conference, preliminary findings are accepted.
Yes, because at a conference you are presenting so that different brains see what you are doing and contribute. Maybe they foresee a negative or a positive or what, and you prepare yourself to overcome those as you continue with your work. So I don't think I would be worried about a positive, negative, but you must try to explain, because now we want new information, new thinking. And that thinking might have been avoided all the time. The response was negative, but people were panel beating their data and making it whatever, positive. But this is the first time you are going to talk about it.
Yes.
Yes, I know of a lady, I think in Netherlands, and he got a PhD. And I think the hypothesis was that if you leave land in fallow compared to growing cassava and other crops, the one grown into cassava will become more fertile than that of the fallow. I mean, right from when you hear it, you just laugh because the principles are established. But arguments earned her a PhD. Yeah. And I think if you Google, I forgot the names, but if you search, you can get that PhD.
Thank you. That's really motivating, sir. Thank you very much. Because
very convincing.
Yes, because I'm working on beans that have not actually been valorized for chocolate, because we know cacao is mostly used for chocolate. It comes from a family of cacao, but it's not behaving the same way as cacao as I have hypothesized. So
but you have hypothesized. So why do you want it to perform the way you have? You shouldn't.
My supervisor sometimes will be like, I think you didn't perform right something. It should behave like this, like cacao. But
people don't want to spend time thinking and trying to convince the highest of high scholars who are priding in that area, and then now you are coming to it, you'll be challenged a lot. You should expect that. But you might open up some doors that have been closed for nothing.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Most welcome.
Oluseyi, now is your time.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello. Dr. Sheyi Osifowoko, I'm calling from Nigeria.
Yes.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, please.
The training is very, very good for me, especially where I work is a research institute. But the problem I have is that most of your was scientific. But what of social sciences? Your manual is just like ours here. But some of your I put the things I find very, very strange. And I've been asking for the training material, I've not been given. Otherwise, it is well explicit. But it's just some of them I find very scientific for me. Then well done, Professor. The two professors, they really brought me near everything, especially scientific, knowing about research, your findings and everything. But in social sciences, can we use this method for social sciences too? Social science phenomenon. That's the little thing that my challenge in the process since Monday.
Okay, thank you for the feedback and we appreciate. We normally make a joke that writing is writing, whether in social science, whether in humanities, whether in the sciences. So writing is about informing
Yes.
the target audiences. So the messages we share apply across. And you know, social sciences are also called social sciences. So the binding thing is sciences. They are sciences. So, but that said, we did share, and you said you're not getting the materials, but we did share a document on publishing in the humanities and social sciences. We are going to try and deal squarely with this thing of materials not being shared. Tomorrow is the last day. We are going to try and share on all channels. There are those that want them on Drive. There are those that want them as attachments in the time when of presentations. There are those that want them on what? On WhatsApp. So we will share on all those platforms, and we are hoping that there will be no missing out. The Forum team has also been recording these trainings. So I think they will put them on YouTube. They will be available. So there should be no worry. I am actually getting irritated or close to the border of getting irritated of materials. You know, you got the platform, you want to answer, we are presenting, but it's materials. Even when they are shared, they are not being picked. So I don't know why, but we will make them available. That's our promise.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you, sir.
Are you on the WhatsApp platform?
I have sent my name. I've not had anything from them. My name has been sent. I've sent my number several times on.
We shall also tomorrow make sure that the link, the WhatsApp platform, is put in the.
Put there. I will better put the link. Join.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate. God bless you, sir. You and your colleague did wonderful. Enriching our knowledge and spreading our horizon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last one, Modest, please. The floor is yours.
Is there certification, please? Is there going to be certification?
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, there will be.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Modest, go ahead. Good evening. You are the last one.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity you have given me. My question is on the material and the method. If I have used software such as the R for line graph and the bar graph with SPSS and the table with GenStat, in the material and the method, do I have to mention all of them? That is my question. Thank you.
Not quite. Mostly it's the analysis for which we want to know how you did it, what did you use. The results will be taken, will be regarded as far as the type of analysis you did and the sensitivity that you associated with the analysis. I don't think somebody will be worried about the means and the standard errors and so on because you used I haven't seen it anyway, that you used Excel and I'm worried about the graph and I need to know the version or the edition. I've not seen it, but you can ask the biometricians to tell us whether a graph from the R statistical software would be different from another, maybe what is it? GenStat, or from whatever, chi-square or whatever. Otherwise, we don't see the reason why you should put a version of what generated the graph after analysis.
Okay, thank you.
And that was the last, not so?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me just finish answering the questions in the platform and we close the next 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, closing.
The questions, no, when you close, we can't answer. We are answering questions in the chat room. There are normally many questions in the chat room.
How many have you? Yeah,
No, this is recorded, so even the responses are there if somebody is looking. So it's better to respond. I think on day one, we did so badly on responses. So that's why I'm trying to focus. We have responded.
Yeah,
the other days mostly.
See the whole thing.
No, they are gone, but it's recorded. They are gone. That is recorded, so don't use that.
Process part one. Yesterday we were dealing with basics. Hope we all can see the slide. Yes. You're very welcome. Day 3. By this time we are hoping that
5 hours.
trading has already made a dent on you and shaped your perception. But scientific writing, many times we have a phobia. Fear scientific writing. I think that kind of phobia is called agoraphobic.
Yes.
When
I know.
hear something and we just fear it. But we hope that through this
Hey, what's up?
Professor Nampala, we can not hear from you. Hello. Hello? Professor Nampala? Hello? Yes, colleagues, our facilitators, they are facing internet challenges. For today, let us stop here. And I thank you all for being with us until this time. I think that it was an insightful session, and also for your effort in each of asking vibration which you presented to us. I thank you. And we meet tomorrow at the same time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you. Have a good day.